guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. On Monday, the judge overseeing the Georgia election subversion case involving Donald Trump and multiple co-defendants raised the possibility of disqualifying the district attorney responsible for bringing the case. This consideration stems from concerns that Fani Willis may have financially benefited from a personal relationship with her chief prosecutor on the case. A hearing is scheduled for Thursday to address motions seeking the removal of the Fulton County DA due to allegations of an improper romantic involvement with Nathan Wade. 2 employees at a chemical facility close to Houston lost their lives after being shot by a 35-year-old individual whose spouse had previously worked at the same plant. The incident occurred at the thermal polymer plant located in Angelton. The perpetrator, identified as Bradley Jones, held the workers at gunpoint before carrying out the shootings. Authorities managed to apprehend him about 30 minutes away near the Texas coastline. A 7-year-old boy is fighting for his life after being shot inside Lakewood Church in Houston Sunday afternoon. It's where celebrity pastor Joel Osteen preaches. Commander Chris Hassig of Houston Police says the woman who opened fire and the boy she critically wounded came to the church together.
She gets out of her white vehicle. She opens the door, pulls out the 7-year-old child out of the back seat, as well as a bag that is with her.
The woman's gun had a Free Palestine sticker on it, and she has a long criminal history. President Biden spoke at the National Association of Counties Legislative Conference Monday in Washington, where he met with county leaders.
Look at the progress we've made together, and I mean it when I say we. I came to office, the pandemic was raging, and our economy was reeling. Counties nationwide faced devastating budget cuts, but we turned things around.
During his remarks on Monday, Biden touted the U.S. economy. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each Pure Ground burgers so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The Northeast is on high alert due to a fast-moving storm. New Jersey residents are gearing up for what could be the first significant snowstorm in a while.
We are really excited. We like to build snowmen. We like to have fun. We like to drink hot chocolates.
Not looking forward to the snow. It's a shame because it's been nice the past couple days, like the past week.
Tuesday's anticipated snowstorm has led to the closure of all public schools in New York City and Boston. Some areas in the region are bracing for up to a foot of snow. President Biden is making light of concerns about his memory following the special counsel report that raised questions about his age. Speaking at a conference in Washington Monday, Biden quipped about his longevity.
What I didn't realize, and I've been around, I know I don't look like it, but I've been around a while. I do remember that.
The remark follows the report's characterization of Biden as a well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory. The NFL is considering Las Vegas as a potential host for another Super Bowl, with Commissioner Roger Goodell expressing praise for the city on Monday.
The hospitality here, you outdid it. And I think safe to say the NFL looks forward to coming back.
The Kansas City Chiefs beat the San Francisco 49ers in overtime during the first ever Super Bowl that was held in Sin City on Sunday. New Orleans now slated to host the next Super Bowl, Super Bowl 59. I'm John Schaefer, USA.
Owe money to the IRS, I've got great news for you. Tax laws have changed. Billions of dollars are earmarked for IRS Fresh Start programs. And if you qualify, you can literally save tens of thousands of dollars. Listen, I know what you're going through. Call me if you want to speak with a tax attorney or tax professional for free.
800-284-9275. That's 800-284-9275.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, would you looky there? Must be time to get the show on the road as we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern Time Zone. So here we are. Welcome aboard. We'll wrap up a Monday, get the hard part behind us. We will progressively make our way into a brand new day, 13th day of February. That's a Tuesday. Kind of a fat Tuesday, right? So hope your week's off to a good start. What do we got going on here? I'm Steve Summers. This is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Well, what a difference a day can make. 24 hours ago, forecasted our region of the country and parts of the Ohio Valley anticipating some snow, winter weather advisories. And now everything really changed since we spoke 24 hours ago. Looks like our storm indeed took a bit of a more southerly track. So at this point in time, we're looking at lots of heavy-duty rain coming down. It's frog-strangling rain from Richmond, Kentucky to south-central Ohio, Portsmouth to Parkersburg, West Virginia. Most of West Virginia, you're in the rain. You get on up into Pennsylvania, northern portions of Virginia, Maryland, and about the southern half of Pennsylvania. It's mostly rain at this hour. But what you are anticipating through the overnight hours is a transition from rain to snow. Now, right about this point in time, latest radar sweep, Allentown is still rain on the radar. You get north of that, between Allentown and Scranton, you're seeing that changeover to some snowfall. Pretty heavy band south of Williamsport. Through the night, this whole region is expected to, again, transition into a fairly heavy, wet snowmaker. Millions from the Mississippi and Ohio valleys into southern New England, bracing for a storm with the potential for heavy snow. They've been tracking this thing for 2 weeks. In much of the mid-Atlantic, the storm begins as rain as we speak. Monday evening, that change to snow as we work our way into Tuesday. The colder air invades the tail end of the storm. In that zone, from New York City to Philadelphia, roads may be just wet in some neighborhoods. Other areas may actually have to be plowed. Snowfall at some point in time could be coming down at the rate of 1 to 3 inches per hour Tuesday morning into midday from New York City to Philadelphia. It's all about how quickly those temperatures will drop Tuesday morning, along with the exact track and intensity of the storm. That's going to determine how heavy the snow is, how long it's going to last, how quickly road conditions will deteriorate. Now, how much snow accumulates in the heart of New York City and Philly, that's going to be greatly affected by the rate of snow. If it snows lightly, the air is not going to cool so fast. Snow melts as it falls on most of the paved surfaces. If that snow comes down at a heavy rate, it's going to overcome the warm ground. Conditions will transition rapidly from wet to slushy to snow-covered in a time frame of like an hour or two. Now, New York City public schools have already announced they are doing virtual learning for Tuesday. School from home, in other words. Right now, the latest projection, Manhattan projected to pick up maybe 1 to 3 inches, Philadelphia just an inch or so. Snow may increase substantially, though, on the northern and western fringes of the metro areas. To some of the more distant northern and western suburbs, 6 to 10 inches. Maybe just north and west of New York City. 1 to 3 in store for much of Bucks and Montgomery counties in Pennsylvania, just northwest of Philly. Heavier snow may fall outside of Manhattan to the east on Long Island. Should the storm shift its track a bit further south and east, it may not be able to tap into the colder air just to the north. In this case, it may not snow hard enough to accumulate, or just a smaller amount than portrayed in not only in the zone from New York City to Philadelphia, but areas further to the north in the central Appalachians and southern New England. Again, as we look at the current radar scene as things begin coming together, Pennsylvania not taking any chances here. All right, so with the snow here in just a few short hours, we're going to be talking in some cases complete commercial vehicle bans, all commercial vehicles. Now, I'll break that down for you coming up. I did see Philly Dan out of the box. Good morning from the city of brotherly love. Looks like we got some bad weather today. Larry is out there moving. Good afternoon. Hammer down. We're 35 degrees in New Paltz, New York. I'm trying to get ahead of the snow and make my drop in Schenectady. Everybody racing to get things done. Here's what we're looking at. The Pennsylvania Department of Transportation announcing a full commercial motor vehicle travel ban for certain roads, kicking in about 2 hours and 45 minutes from now, effective 3 a.m. Eastern Time this morning. We're talking full tier number 4 commercial vehicle restrictions on the following roadways. I-80 from the milepost 173, Lamar to the New Jersey state line. Interstate 81 from I-78 to the New York state line. Interstate 84, the entire length, as well as the entire length of I-180 and I-380. The Pennsylvania Turnpike, the northeast extension, that's I-476 from I-80 to Clark's Summit, which would be exit 130. Tier 4 restrictions, again, is a complete commercial motor vehicle restriction. Now, also, starting at 3 a.m., a lower level of Tier 2 restrictions will be in place for the PA Turnpike, I-76 from New Staten, exit 75 to the Breezewood, exit 171. The entire length of I-78, I-80 from I-79 to the 173-mile marker, that's Lamar. The entire length of I-99, US 22 from I-78 to the New Jersey state line, the entire length of Route 33, and the PA Turnpike Northeast Extension. It's 476 from I-78 to I-80. Now, pay attention. Under Tier 2 restrictions, those roads I just mentioned, the following types of vehicles are banned, which would be tractors without trailers, tractors towing unloaded or lightly loaded enclosed trailers, any open trailers or tank trailers, tractors towing unloaded or lightly loaded tandem trailers, tractors towing loaded tandem trailers without chains or alternate traction devices, enclosed, unloaded, or lightly loaded cargo delivery trucks or box trucks that would meet the definition of a commercial motor vehicle. Any vehicles towing any sort of a trailer, cars, SUVs, pickups, no trailers, no recreational vehicles or motorhomes, no school buses, commercial buses, or motor coaches, regardless of the availability of trains or ATDs. Again, that's Tier 2. All those restrictions kick in there in Pennsylvania at 3 a.m. Eastern Time here this Tuesday morning. What a way to start the day, right? Well, hello to Marianne, checking in here on a Tuesday, 5/7, copy in the mail. Rubber Duck, he says, ugh, I'm not home. Stacked up with cars that are due by Tuesday night. Holland, Michigan. Kind of bored. I'm missing the grandkids. I'm missing Kimmy and the dogs. And yes, that cat has won her way into the heart. Life was easier with no flock cameras. Hello to Scott. Hello, Mr. Dykstra. Good morning. Let's see. Joe Self. Morning, everybody. 43 degrees. It's just rain. Winchester, Virginia tonight. We are supposed to get a bit of snow later in the early morning hours. Yeah, your transition. The colder air has to funnel in. Hello, Gilligan. Morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, it's a rainy night, but no snow till morning for Winchester. Yes, indeed. Same place as Joe there. But significant accumulation for points further north. I should be in the rain all night. Looking at 49 degrees here in Troutville, Virginia. Keep it shiny side up, drivers. Hello, Tracy at the R&L Terminal, Wilmington, Ohio. Facebook shut my account down for about a week. Took me a while to get it back. You were in Facebook jail. Tracy, what'd you do? Shame on you. Who else? Hello, Marianne. Pappy, 37 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Time to shake the cobwebs out, turn up the volume. It's February 13, halfway through the month already. Jeez. Let's go. Are you ready to roll? Let's get it on. 844-844-3388. Dial it up, nocturnal creatures. Are you with me? Pap says, good morning. Norman checking in from north central Kansas. 36 degrees. The Big Tipper is loaded. We're headed to Wichita. Everybody have a great morning. Okay. JD, what do we got? Shagged out of Pennsylvania. Headed south to Charleston. Be back later in the week. Hopefully I'll miss all that mess this morning. And lastly, Timothy just jumped in. Good morning, 50 degrees, rain. Rain here in Rocky Mount, Virginia. All right, they're talking about the potential for this to be like a full-fledged nor'easter. It's not the end of the world. It's just, hey, it's February. Technically, the month of February in many parts of the country is actually the snowiest month on the calendar year. Again, for much of the country. Yeah, we've actually been very blessed to make it 2 weeks nearly into February and haven't had a whole lot of wintry weather to talk about here. Well, out of the box, it's the Carolina Monkey Gouger. What's going on?
Well, good morning, Steve-O.
How's your week starting out there, Gouger? I guess I saw you were hanging last evening. I guess you had to go, had business to tend to. What's going on?
Let's go back and talk about a little bit about weather predictions. First of all, that damn overgrown rodent up yonder at Pontotoxie Phillip is a liar.
Okay.
And you remember what I told you about the old farmers? You see thunder and lightning in January and snow in 21 days.
Yeah,
the other night.
You did, yes.
Well, guess what? Bang! It happened. And I'm going to tell you something. This thing is dumping a lot of snow. But it's a small, it's not a very wide band, maybe 30, 40 miles wide. But it is dumping a buttload of snow. I was coming out of Kansas City and running into some buddies of mine. They were coming up out of Springdale, Arkansas. And they had snow, probably 6 inches on top of the trailers. I said, hey, where'd y'all get all that junk at? Just hang on, Monkey Gouger. You picked to test your driving ability in about 30 miles. I said, yeah, boy. Okay, boys. Sun shining, beautiful day, And I got down there back where they said I was going to hit it, and it hit with a vengeance. And all the way to Joplin, Missouri, I would say they got probably 6 to 7 inches down there.
Wow.
But the weird thing about it, Steve, it stopped snowing about lunchtime. I'm going to bed. I said, I'm tired. So I went to bed, woke up. There wasn't no snow to be found. It went just as fast as it come.
So the sun came out, temperatures warmed up, and away she went.
And away she went. It melted fast.
Wow.
It didn't take long. There were spots. You could still see where the shade was, but pretty much it come and it went. But it you ain't lying. It's laying it down, but
Right.
it's laying it down. But hey, what you think about that Super Bowl last night?
Well, Mr. Summers just pretty much snoozed right on through it. How about you? Did you tune in?
Oh yeah, I was stopped up there where I had to unload at, and I got to watch it on the TV at this Chinese restaurant, and they said we'll let you stay as long as you buy something. So there's 3 or 4 other drivers in there, and we got some chicken wings and other stuff just to kind of keep grazing on, I tell you, neither one of them teams going into that overtime. Both of them were playing good ball, and everybody was chastising San Francisco about losing that lead. But you got to remember, Kansas City's been there 3 times. San Francisco had a bunch of rookies that got them to the Super Bowl, and it looked like they just run out of gas. That quarterback was picked in the last round of the draft.
Right.
Nobody thought he would do anything. And that McCaffrey, that running back, oh, man, I told Debbie at halftime, I said, well, I reckon Kansas City can go ahead and just fold the 10 in. They can't stop them. They look terrible. And, so here it come, overtime. And the Big Red Machine scored it, but, they pulled that little trap play on them, and bam, it was over with. Good game. Really enjoyed it. Didn't like didn't like but one of the commercials. The only commercial they had on there was the deal with Arnold Schwarzenegger. That was the only funny commercial I seen the whole night that I thought was deserving. The rest of that stuff was a pile of junk. I got old Grump wound up today. I said, now Grump, I would tell you something, buddy. When we get up to that truck show, you got to bow to the king and wash my feet up there, okay? He said, yeah, you wait for hell to freeze over too. I mean, it was and the only person I give credit to during the performance was Reba McEntire. She done a hell of a job on the Star Spangled Banner. The rest of them, I give them a F+. Usher was totally awful. But other than that, good game. Really enjoyed it. You know, had a good time. Met some new friends. So anyway, that's about that on the football.
That's good.
So you slept through the daggone thing, eh?
Well, I probably got up. Maybe it was halftime, but I had to do my show prep, so I was here in the studio. I had the computer opened up where I could see the score, but I didn't get to see any of the game.
So you missed a good one, buddy. What was so funny? They had a fella run out there, run on the field. And I read he was fitting to peel his clothes off, and they tackled his ass. I called David. I said, you see that guy running down that field on there a while ago? No, I didn't see it. Said, that ain't happened. I said, yeah, it did. Sure did. I said, well, what you doing? She said, I'm nodding on and off. I said, I'm about ready to go to bed. I said, oh, no, don't go to bed yet. So this morning she called me and said, you know something? I thought you were crazy last night. They did have somebody run out on the field. They had to knock him down.
Yep, right.
So anyway, that was the excitement for the night.
Now,
you know, it's always got to be a dumbass.
Was that about halftime? I mean, whoever it was, obviously, probably was intoxicated. So paying thousands and thousands of dollars to get into the damn game, to get to be down on the field. He just wiped it all out. I mean, didn't get to enjoy the game itself, didn't get to enjoy the overtime, ended up in the clink somewhere, spending his Super Bowl night in jail.
Yeah. You know, the Super Bowl did not sell out up there this year. It was not a sellout. And the people in Vegas said that they wasn't going to pay that much money. You know, I mean, the good seats were like $7,500. Nosebleed seats was $1,100. And they said they was going gambling. So they said the hell with the Super Bowl, you know. So it didn't sell out. They didn't have the turnout. But anyway, it was fun. You know, got to watch it. But I'm so damn mad right now with Travis Kelce. I'd choke him out. He cost me $100 last night.
Uh-oh. Because he didn't score a touchdown?
Oh, that Jack Lee. You know, he leaked out. I was listening to the you know, that morning, you know, the pregame, you know, they have all that celebration talking to him. And they asked him, said, well, you know, is it going to be a special night? He said, just wait till I whip out that ring. I said, he going to propose marriage, old Taylor Swift. Hot damn. I called the bookie. I said, ain't they got something on there about him proposing? You know, they had all kind of bits, like what kind of lipstick was she going to wear, what kind of shoes she was going to wear, what kind of dress. Well, anyway, he didn't propose marriage. I lost that $100. I had $100 on the game, so it was a total wash for the monkey gouger, son. I'm about ready to choke him out. I'd have been $200 to the good if he'd just went ahead and propped down on that knee and proposed marriage to her, you know.
Oh, boy.
But, oh, yeah, man, it was crazy what they was betting on. I mean, they were betting on all kind of crazy stuff, Steve. You know. But that's Vegas.
I mean, I was watching, I saw some videos this morning. These were people that were obviously high rollers up in some of the suites and the boxes. Yeah, videos of, I mean, I think one guy had like $600,000 on the damn coin toss, and he lost that. I mean, the game hadn't even started, and he was down $600,000.
Yeah. I mean, it was wild what they were betting on, man. I mean, well, look at the other thing. You know, this is the heart of Mardi Gras. You know, tomorrow, the Fat Tuesday.
Fat
they
Tuesday.
start winding that Mardi Gras
Yep.
up. And they were showing a live feed of the Mardi Gras, and there wasn't a soul on Bourbon Street. They was all inside watching the ball game. So I said, well, damn, they is, you know. That's all.
Wow.
So there was a lot of people watching it. I don't know what, I hadn't heard what the viewership was on it or anything else.
It was the most watched television event in history, according to the report here. Gadger, I got the numbers that had just come in. Hey, our news break's almost here, but I had a serious question for you, Gouger. I don't. You may not have been with us early in the program last night, but I shared the story of another one-armed truck driver whose doctor has retired, and he's got to have, and I know you talk about it, having this skills performance evaluation thing that you have to get like every 2 years to maintain a CDL. If you can stick around, I'd like to get your perspective on that and what he's talking about, because I think you could identify 100%. You've been dealing with it your entire life. First, we'll get our news break here. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. U.S. Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas is backing his boss after last week's special counsel report that referred to issues with President Biden's memory. Mayorkas says the special counsel's investigative report on Biden's handling of classified documents was no place for that feedback.
The special counsel made gratuitous, unnecessary, and inaccurate personal remarks.
Speaking on NBC's Meet the Press. Tragedy strikes over the weekend. The CEO of one of Nigeria's largest banks, Herbert Wigwe, along with his wife and son, died in a helicopter crash near Interstate 15 in Southern California's Mojave Desert. Herbert Wigwe, who served as the chief executive of Access Bank, was among 6 people aboard the aircraft when it crashed shortly after 10 p.m. local time. All 6 people on board died, including 2 pilots and the former chair of NGX Group, Nigeria's stock exchange. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, so phone lines are open at 844-844-3388. I did notice just before showtime this past day, I spoke to Mindy a couple weeks ago. We were talking about maybe doing some giveaways here on the Overnight Drive. Had to get approval, but hey, it's called the Big Rig Duo, which is two 64-ounce bottles of Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator and two 64-ounce bottles of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme. That's I've got to get a hold of her. That's a several $100 value. And I've shared this. It's on the Hot Shot Secret page. It's pretty simple to enter. Just go to the Facebook, follow the links to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and just comment Hot Shot Secret. And we're going to be doing a giveaway we'll announce the winner each Friday morning. And this is going to go each Friday morning between now and looks like March the 8th. So several folks, winners of the Big Rig Duo pack. So that just kicked off here a few hours ago. And we'll be talking more about that. Meanwhile, I wanted to get back to, let me flip back over to the story here. Seeing as the Carolina Monkey Gouger has been dealing with this pretty much his entire trucking career. There's a guy out of Wichita, Kansas. He was born with half of a left arm. And he got a CDL, kind of like all the stuff you had to go through. It's something called the Skills Performance Evaluation that he has to go through to maintain his CDL. And he says that he can't, his physician retired, and he can't find a damn doctor to help him do the evaluation. And he said even doctors on the FMCSA website, he said they either refuse to work with him or they don't even know what the evaluation is that he's talking about, that he has to go through every 24 months. Would you have any advice for the guy?
Well, Steve, I'm going to tell you something. I've been in that same scenario. Doctor retired, and the doctor I go to now won't even touch it. And you can call that field office where mine's Atlanta. I think his is Wichita. I'm not for sure. And, they tell you to go to this doctor, but it doesn't have to be an actual orthopedic surgeon. You can go to, now I think I'm going to pronounce this right. It's one of them doctor names, so if I screw this up, maybe you can figure it out. It's called a podiatrist. That is a overpaid physical therapist. And I mean, you know, I pleaded with my doctor, no, we don't want the liability of it. We don't know what it is and anything. So
right.
Debbie got on this web page and got to looking up, you know, podiatrists. And we found this guy over in Florence, South Carolina, McLeod Health Center, that he's got about maybe 15 people going to him, like, you know, missing arms or missing legs or whatever. Real cool cat. But I know what that boy's going through, and I feel sorry for him. I do. I mean, it's a shame that with as many years, and I mean, I have argued with FMCSA about this till I'm blue in the face, and all they say is, well, you know, the doctors are not assuming no liability on this. I said, well, why don't y'all call and inform them? And this was the head up there. This is when Trump was still in there, and I went up there and had a meeting with him. And I mean, it was like talking to a damn wall. I mean, I feel sorry for that guy. I just hope he's listening tonight. Or I think I know who that guy is. I'm not for sure, but he was at a truck show when, oh man, we're going way back in time. It was about the time I got Citizen Driver. I met him. He's a young guy, and he's missing his right arm right about halfway up between his elbow, and he was driving for Trans Am. Real nice kid. You know, I've run into him 2 or 3 times, but I don't know how to get in contact with him. But yes, Steve, he's in a dilemma right now. I mean, it's terrible, and I know what he's going through.
I know you've talked in the past. You've talked in the past about why do you have to do this over and over and over again. He said he thinks it should be a one and done kind of thing. Why do we continue to have to take an evaluation every 2 years?
Now I could tell you what they told me on that deal. They said, you know, I mean, they are so stupid up there. It's not even funny. My question to them was, you know, they said that the DOT physical is like taking a junior varsity football physical. And, you know, they don't cover everything. I said, well, I mean, when that guy's got his finger rammed up looking for a hernia or something, I said, how much personal you going to get? I said, you're standing there and your BVDs are naked, and he's looking at you. He can tell whether you know what's going on.
Right.
Well, he's not qualified to see that if you had another amputation. I said, oh, my God, have mercy. So anyway, I have fought with them tooth and nail on this thing. I said, look how many, I got 6 million miles, you know, accident free. And I said, y'all, and matter of fact, we had a big, I got to get mine renewed this year, December, for the next year. And I dread that thing, Steve. God, I mean, year before last, and I think I reported on this. We filled the thing out. It's like 21 pages of stupid questions, you know. And Debbie forgot to put down, well, it wasn't Debbie's fault, it was my fault, because I didn't go behind it and look at it, because she'd done it so many times, I never had to go behind her. And she missed putting down my pre-employment, which I hadn't had you know, I've been with this company now 13 years. So, you know, we just put down Cargill and let it go. Well, about 3 days before my waiver was up, we get a nasty gram from Washington saying that we have not fulfilled this thing all the way. So now, you know, I mean, I'm lucky I'm hooked up in Washington with who I'm hooked up with. And I called his office. He said, hold on a minute. He said, let's get the head guy on the telephone. So I got him on the telephone. told him I was fixing to have to park the truck, you know, and all that. He said, no. He said, we straighten this out right now. And so he called out and told that field director to go ahead and okay that thing and faxed it to me. Well, she gives him a lot of lip about, well, you know, I don't like doing that. He said, did you hear what I said? Did you hear what I said? You know, I mean, it is ludicrous. People don't know what a handicapped person goes through to stay in this business. I mean, Steve, it's crazy. And I'm like him. You know, unless something changes, you know, I don't know what, say like if it did have another amputation or something, you know, you could report that. But, I mean, I'm like him. I mean, it's really a conflict of our civil rights. And you call them people up there that disabilities act deal, you know, up there in Washington, that's a wasted damn phone call talking to them damn dumb asses up there. So me and Debbie got the form, and we've been filling it out and making sure everything, so when it comes time to send it in, we won't have no more problems. But yeah, I really, really feel that young man's pain. I mean, I know what he's going through, and I'm one of the oldest probably the oldest now, because there was a guy ahead of me and he kicked the bucket. But I mean, I just don't understand it, Steve. I really don't. I mean, it's a bunch of BS, and you know, when I get out of this business, it's going to be so great because I'm going to feel like a burden lifted off of me because I don't have to crap no more. You know what I mean?
Jump through all the hoops, all the red tape. Yep.
Jump. And you know, Steve, the thing about it is, and I never really thought about it because everybody told me I was a gambler. I rolled the dice and bet on the come. But, you know, you get to thinking about it. You go out and invest $150,000 in a piece of equipment, trailer, and every damn thing, and supposedly something happens, and they say, well, you know, we're not going to give it to you. You're out of business. You are out of business. Just bam. You know, I mean, it's crazy. I mean, when you think about it. And I told Debbie, I said, when I get out of trucking, it's going to be the happiest day of my life because I ain't got to deal with Washington no more. So, I mean, I don't know if that guy's listening, but you can go to a clinic, local hospital or something to see if you can find you one of those podiatrists that specializes in that thing. He'll know what's going on and do it like that.
All right. Well, I just wanted to drop that your way and see if you had any advice. But, I mean, just the fact that he said, I'm going through this FMCSA's doctor list, certified medical examiners, and nobody wants to touch it. Nobody.
Yeah. I mean, I know what he's going through. I know his pain.
Yep. Well, all right. Well, good to hear from you, Gouger. Safe travels out there, and we'll look to hear from you again.
Steve, I appreciate you taking my call tonight and let me talk about that. Because, I mean, people just don't realize, you know, what we go through trying to make a living.
Yep.
And it's a hard road, man. I mean, you know, people, when you under a microscope, and next year I'll be in it 50 years. For 50 years, you sweating bullets wondering if you're going to get this thing approved or whatever. Of course, thank God I ain't got a truck payment no more. But, I mean, that's what we go through.
Yeah.
It's a sad state of affairs. It really is. And nobody in Washington wants to listen to the problem we're having.
All right. Well, there you go. The Carolina Monkey Gouger on a Tuesday morning. Yeah, we've talked, a number of times, the headaches, the hassles, and I know he'd shared his story about having to go through that damn examination over and over and over. You know, it's like 6 million miles accident-free. Come on. Hello to Kathleen. Looks like Tracy's wife in Wilmington, Ohio there. Good to have you on board. Brain dead. Morning, Steve. It's a happy Friday the 13th for him. 36 degrees in Memphis at this hour tonight. I hope is not as eventful as yesterday morning. Anyway, time to get this slow-moving, white-painted grocery truck to the store dock in Collierville. I'll check in later in the morning. And Hillbilly, hi there. I watched the Super Bowl. Well, I listened to the first half till I got to the truck and watched the rest. I was rooting for the 49ers, but I thought it was a good game. I really can care less about the whole Taylor thing. But after seeing them, after the trophy ceremony, seeing them two together, they look happy. I couldn't live in the spotlight like that, but I'm going to switch on over to the app and tune in. Have a great show, and everybody be safe out there. Gouger said, how many people tuned in? All right, the big game, brought in 123.4 million viewers, the highest number of people watching the same broadcast in the history of television. 112 million of those viewers tuned into the CBS broadcast, the largest audience ever for a single network. The rest were measured across Paramount Plus, Nickelodeon, Univision, CBS Sports, and the NFL digital properties, including NFL Plus. According to Paramount Global, Paramount Plus saw record-breaking viewership that made Sundays the most streamed Super Bowl ever. But exact data regarding streaming views not available. But before this, the biggest telecast of all time was last year's Super Bowl game between the Chiefs and the Eagles. It was initially named the third most watched, ranking behind the 2015 and 2017 Super Bowls. But Nielsen later caught some errors in their measurement that raised the tally to a record-breaking 115.1 million viewers. Sunday's game improved on that number by 7%. Now, these figures, combined from Nielsen and Adobe Analytics, represent the average number of viewers who were tuned in at any given moment during the game. Now, Nielsen puts the number of people who viewed any portion of the telecast at 202.4 million people. Some folks tune in for the first quarter, the first half, in and out kind of thing. There you go, big numbers. It is 844-844-3388. The anonymous hippopotamus coming up in 2, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Okay, here we go. Hope your week's off to a good start. And it's 844-844-3388. What's going on, Horse Feathers?
Hey, morning, Your Honor. So I guess that deal there with Taylor Swift and that Kelsey guy there, either way, Taylor Swift ought to be able to write a couple songs there, right? Maybe she'll get a couple love songs in right now, and then if for some reason they have a breakup or something, she'll have a couple breakup songs there. So she'll always capitalize on her situation, and I would assume that I'm assuming that her value is probably worth a lot more than his. So I'm sure if one of them's going to have a prenup, I would imagine it's going to be her to make sure she's taking care of her assets. Yeah. So, because, the bank account is probably one of her biggest assets that she has there looking at her. But wait a minute. Okay. Anyway, yeah. So speaking of looking, now that report there you had of the viewership of the Super Bowl, now that would be like a worldwide type event, right? That's not just like in the United States.
I don't know.
I'm thinking, because that's all around the world on the internet and everything.
Right, correct. I would assume that's the case. Yeah.
Yeah, to have that much viewership. So you compare that to the first ones there in Green Bay or whatever, or watching the Dallas Cowboys and the Pittsburgh Steelers play and all that. The coverage, you had rabbit ears on top of your TV set that the kids were standing there with aluminum foil trying to make the picture come in better. So the coverage you could have, and of course, I don't know how many box trucks of viewerships, papers did they have somewhere stashed that, they brought out to, oh, wait a minute, that's not that type of poll in the election.
Right.
Oh, wait a minute. Anyway, yeah. So where to go from there? I don't know. So I kind of understand where the monkey gougers got going on here,
and I believe he lost his cell, like flipping a light switch. All right, so it's 844-844-3380. I'm sure he's going to dial us back up. Let me throw this your way. Multiple federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies have joined a manhunt for a suspect police say killed a sheriff's deputy last week during a traffic stop. A reward for the man, who police say also shot another deputy during the stop, is now worth $100,000 for anyone who can help catch the alleged killer. Blount County Sheriff's Office deputies Greg McGowan and Shelby Eggers pulled over 42-year-old Kenneth DeHart during a routine traffic stop last Thursday in the community of Maryville. According to WTVF, according to police, DeHart was uncooperative and ultimately tased. Somehow, I guess in a struggle, he managed to gain possession of a firearm and shot both deputies. McGowan died of his injuries, 43 years old. In the days since the murder, the sheriff's office has been looking for DeHart, but they've had no luck locating him thus far. Now, according to WTVF, the small sheriff's department now has some help, as the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation and the U.S. Marshals Service and numerous area law enforcement agencies are all lending resources to catch this guy, who is considered armed and dangerous. Deputies from neighboring counties are also helping Blount County deputies, picking up their shifts, and others are looking for McGowan's grieving family. According to the department's Facebook page, much of the reward money has been collected from individuals and businesses in this area. This is eastern Tennessee. Blount County Sheriff James Lee Bering issued a statement about McGowan's slaying, in which He said he'd like to see the suspect in custody as soon as possible. I want closure soon, the sheriff says. I want to go to that funeral on Wednesday and not have to think about this animal on the street that killed one of my deputies in cold blood. I want him in custody when I go to that funeral. Whether that happens or not, God will let us know. But he'll put him in the right place for us to apprehend him. All right, so prayers for the family, the law enforcement community there. News break, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. A 7-year-old boy is continuing to fight for his life after being shot by his mother inside Lakewood Church in Houston Sunday, a church whose congregation is led by celebrity pastor Joel Osteen. The woman was killed by off-duty police officers inside the church. Now Houston police are trying to figure out how she purchased the guns despite having documented mental illness and a criminal background. Police Chief Troy Finner.
That's the challenges that we have, and that's what law enforcement talk about all the time. We need to make sure everything is tight.
President Biden spent part of his Monday at the National Association of Counties Legislative Conference in Washington, D.C., meeting with county leaders. During his time there, he spoke about the negotiations for a bipartisan border deal, including the bill that failed to pass the Senate last week.
The MAGA Republicans, a minority, but a powerful minority, they went out and they killed the deal. My predecessor said he didn't like it. It was a loss for him. We have to end the political games, folks.
New Jersey residents are gearing up for what could be the first significant snowstorm in a while.
We are really excited. We like to build snowmen. We like to have fun. We like to drink hot chocolates.
Not looking forward to the snow. It's a shame because it's been nice the past couple days, like the past week.
The storm has led to a closure of all public schools in New York and Boston on Tuesday. Some areas in the region are bracing for up to a foot of snow. Plans are continuing in Kansas City for a Super Bowl celebration and parade. This after the Chiefs took home their second straight NFL Super Bowl victory over the San Francisco 49ers. The parade set to take place Wednesday in downtown Kansas City. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
There are new concerns about the health of Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin. This after he was admitted to Walter Reed's critical care unit for a bladder ailment. Speaking about the new health scare on Fox News, Texas Republican Congressman Michael McCall says the health concerns surrounding the defense secretary may jeopardize American security.
The world is on fire right now, and if we're not projecting strength, but rather weakness, it only invites aggression and conflict and war.
Tony Bobulinski, one of Hunter Biden's former business associates, is set to testify behind closed doors to the House Oversight Committee Tuesday as part of the House impeachment probe into President Biden. Speaking on Fox Business, Michigan Republican Congresswoman and House Oversight Committee member Lisa McClain says the meeting intends to examine if then Vice President Joe Biden was influenced by special interests.
I think with having Bobulinski come in on Tuesday and actually sit down and do a transcribed interview with him, we will find out the connection.
The Biden campaign is now on TikTok. President Biden's first post on this popular social media app showed him at home watching the Super Bowl along with the caption, LOL, hey guys. Many Republican lawmakers and some Democrats have taken aim at the app and its parent company ByteDance over its connections to the Chinese government. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you much, and welcome back. Round number 2 as we roll into a Tuesday. Hope your week's off to a good start. Yeah, they're almost trying to make it sound like Snowmageddon coming to the Northeast. It's just a winter storm. Fast-moving winter storm going to hit the Northeast early Tuesday. Yeah, maybe 6 inches of snow in New York City before moving north later in the day, walloping Boston with more than a foot of accumulation, they're saying. Now, in New York, temperature's not really going to get much below the freezing mark, so it's going to be, that real heavy, wet variety of snow. if you do get several inches of accumulation, it's the kind that causes heart attacks when you're trying to shovel off your sidewalks and your driveways and things like that. So the conditions could get pretty messy for the morning commute, maybe bringing down some power lines and trees. Could see some power outages. In New England, the forecast of heavy snow prompting Boston's mayor to declare a state of emergency. They've canceled Tuesday classes for all city schools, which kind of set off alarm bells. Everybody had to head, I guess, get ready for the storm, right? Everybody get bread, milk, so you can make your French toast, right? We're almost totally out of snow shovels. According to one hardware store manager in Boston, he said his stock of 100 shovels had dwindled to just a dozen by Monday morning. Ever since the storm appeared in the weather reports, the rush of business has been crazy. About 50 miles south of Boston in Fall River, Tony Cruz planned to work nonstop Tuesday and Wednesday shoveling snow. Driveways, front steps, sidewalks, with just a shovel and a snowblower. I work alone, just me. I'm Tony the handyman. And if we get a ton of snow, I'll work until it's done. All right, you got the winter storm watch in effect for Long Island, New York City, parts of northeast New Jersey. Yeah, starting off with rain overnight, then turning to snow as those temperatures fall during the overnight hours. The amount of snow could rise or decrease depending on when that temperature drop actually occurs. But they've got 1,500 snowplow trucks standing by in New York City ready to hit the streets, according to the DOT. Now, meanwhile, strong winds up to 40 miles per hour and some coastal flooding are also forecast along the New England coast, as well as the Jersey Shore and Long Island. All right, it's not the end of the world. It's just, hey, it's February. All right, he's back.
Yeah, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. I don't know what happened. Somebody just turned off the switch and said goodbye. I got beep, 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 you're gone.
That was it.
So anyways, here, listening to the news real quick. What's our fearless leader with laser eyes doing on the TikTok? Isn't TikTok banned from government devices?
Yeah, last I checked, 100% correct. I don't know. How did he load that?
I don't know. He's doing pretty good for his age, getting on and figuring out how to use a smartphone or whatever, or some device, and getting on to TikTok. Yeah, maybe he's got some of them Chinese nationals that snuck across the border there, helping him out there. Maybe I don't know.
Well,
and they got to have a job or something. So anyways, but and as far as him and his Bidenomics go, there, of course, don't forget to add the eggs there to the milk and bread there for the
French toast. Yeah, need
and
the
make
eggs.
Sure Yeah, make sure you're using pure maple syrup too. You want to use the pure Vermont or New Hampshire, New York maple syrup there. None of that pancake syrup there with the high fructose corn syrup and that in it there. But anyways, hey, the wife got a credit card offer there from the one that, what the heck was his name that used to do them things? Used to travel all around with a suitcase. You know the commercial I mean. I won't say the name of the company, but you know the guy that I mean there that always used to travel around. And so anyways, you know what the interest rate is if you don't get done paying off in your first 30 days, Your Honor?
Probably off the rails. What is it?
30%. 30%, Your Honor.
Wow.
I mean, yeah. So I don't know. We don't need to go any further with that. So anyways, I was saying there just before somebody shut us off there, I was feeling monkey gouger's pain there because even with my situation, I have to go do a stress test every 2 years. Now, I don't have too much problem with that because my cardiologist can do it without any problem. The problem comes is that I got to take that stress test to one of those FSS, CMS, CA certified doctors that thinks they know more than everybody else, and they can either accept or deny or request more than what the cardiologist provided disregarded by the FMS.
Right.
What? So they can deny me my medical card because they think that they know more than my cardiologist. So I don't know. It's a whole messed up. This whole medical thing is a whole messed up, complete deal all the way around. So, anyways, but I guess it's no more messed up than trying to drive on the roads in Pennsylvania. And I'm glad to see that Pennsylvania has decided to pretty much just close Pennsylvania for an inch or two of snow. I mean, as you said, it's a winter storm coming through, and if it lasts six hours, it's going to be a lot by the way they're predicting it here. I mean, we still got rain right now. It's still in the mid 40s, and they're not predicting the weather to get even to the point of having snow until 6 a.m., which is just almost daylight at this point. I mean, usually by 6:30, we're starting to get into daylight.
So all those areas I mentioned where they've got, I mean, complete commercial vehicle bans. So no trucks. What part is that? Like Southeast PA? You know, it's the I-80 from Lamar to the Jersey state line. 81.
Well, that's the center. Yeah, that's the center of Pennsylvania, pretty much right straight across. You know, and it is the mountain areas. I mean, you know, I-80, snowshoe, they call snowshoe that for a reason because there is that good amount of snow there, and all the way across, and 81 going north up through the mountains and the coal country, going up towards where Clark Summit, where 476 comes back in, and 476 up through Jim Thorpe, you know, from Allentown up through there is, but they have these things called snow plows and salt trucks.
Yeah.
And they used to go out and roads and put salt down and, you know, kind of keep up with the snow. And at this point, they just pretty much let the whole storm happen. They try to put their pre-treatment down. Now the problem right now is they can't put pre-treatment down because it's raining right now. So now they don't know what to do because they can't do their pre-treatment, but they pretty much just wait until the storm ends.
Yeah.
And the other thing about Pennsylvania is they're very understaffed. I mean, they still have signs up that they're hiring part-time CDL winter snow removal help. Now, if you're into the middle of February and you're still trying to hire your part-time snow removal help, you're so far behind the ball. It's, you know, you can't keep up with it. And that's the problem is they can't even keep up with it from the start. But at least for us down here in Maryland, and I think the very southern part of Pennsylvania across the Mason-Dixon line, I mean, we're not calling for snow until 6 in the morning, maybe 6 to 10 a.m., possibly an inch, maybe 2.
Okay.
If it's gets cold enough. And that is only on the grassy surfaces. All the hard surfaces already have so much temperature in them. Our ground temperature is well above freezing. So with that being that way, the roads aren't going to get snow on them. It's going to stay melted off.
Yep.
So, anyways, I don't know. It's just a crazy, messed up world, and everybody doesn't want to take responsibility in case there's a problem or get out there and do the job that needs to be done. So, we'll just tell everybody, we're closed. Don't go anywhere. Just don't bother. And
I guess it's been such a mild winter. They ain't had nothing to talk about. So I mean, you gotta take this little storm and make it sound like it's the end of the world.
Sure, absolutely. So, but anyways, other than that, I'll be done. I got my one load to do, and I'm actually to the point of being at my delivery location right now. So I'll get this off and be home in a couple hours, and we'll let them do whatever they want, and I won't worry about it. So. Anyways, other than that, I don't know. We ain't got a whole lot else other than that going on. I think we touched on most everything. But, yeah, I was pretty surprised there about that one interest rate there for the
30%.
One credit card there being 30%, Your Honor.
Wow. Yep. So that's what you just make your minimum monthly payments, and you'll never be paid off.
Yeah, not even close. So.
Yep, you'll actually end up, I don't know, is that compound as well? You'll end up owing more than you ever put on. It is 844-844-3388. Welcome into a Tuesday. Clear lines, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Oh, my. It's 844-844-3388. Can't help but chuckle at all the videos with people watching the Super Bowl, and obviously 49ers fan. And I mean, literally, people go bat crap crazy, and they're destroying their 52-inch television when the 49ers lose the game. Like, why are you taking it out on your television? It's costing you, but people just go crazy. Meanwhile, we talked about the $60 nachos that were on the menu there at the concession stands at Allegiant Stadium. Scotty sent me a little breakdown this past day. Somebody was asking about the beer prices. And if you were thinking close to $20 for a beer, I'll be darned, you were correct. Fans who attended the Super Bowl were actually able to drink better beer for less money. But everything was outrageously expensive. But the prices, they say, at Allegiant Stadium make no sense whatsoever. It was a good thing for anyone who wasn't really concerned about calories. But they broke things down at the various concession stands throughout the venue. Now, for you typically mixed drinks, your vodkas, your rums, and things of that nature would cost more than a beer, right? Not necessarily here. A deluxe cocktail, which that would be like top shelf, as they call it, $17.99. That'd be like your Johnny Walker Black, your Crown Royal, your Kettle One. Premium cocktail, not top shelf. Your Smirnoffs, your Captain Morgans, $15.99 for a drink. As far as the draft beers, the premium drafts, the Modelo Especial, the Corona Premier, a Blue Moon, $16.99. Now you get your canned beer, a Coors Light, $14.99. Bud Light, $16.99. Now, why would you pay $2 more for a Bud Light? Oh, Michelob Ultra, $18.99. We're talking a can of beer here. Now, water. They had the aluminum can of Aquafina water. $7 for a can of water. The non-drink options, popcorn was $14.99, a chili dog $12.99. I think you get the gist. A pulled pork sandwich $11.99. Now we pay prices like that. Things like the Mid-America Truck Show. It's outrageous when you get those Kentucky Cattlemen's Association down there, and you want your pork chop sandwich or your pulled pork sandwich. It's about $12, right? Yeah, but the focus is on the drinks. The prices are mind-boggling. It costs more money for a Michelob Ultra than a shot of Johnny Walker Black or Aviation Gin. I mean, isn't the hard stuff supposed to be more efficient in the long run anyway? It costs $2 more for a Bud Light versus a Coors Light, which is obviously the same beer in this context. If you're an NFL fan who was trying to drink as many light beers as possible at the Super Bowl, why would you pay $2 extra for one over the other? It makes no sense. Well, and what about the calorie count? You could have enjoyed a better beer for less money. Wouldn't you rather pay the same price for a Blue Moon or a Corona over the likes of a Bud Light? Wouldn't you prefer to save $2 on a Modelo over a Michelob or a Bud Light seltzer? I don't know how they came up with their pricing breakdown, but all right. Speaking of the Cattlemen's Association, have we heard from Lord Weiss this morning, our two-time world champion bullhorner? I do not believe we have. I had a question for Mr. Weiss. He may be home with the hot blonde wife. I'm not sure here. But looking at the report, as production of cattle has plummeted to the lowest level in decades, ranchers are warning Americans are going to pay the price for the beef supply hitting a crisis point. What's going on? What's going on with the cattle out there is my question. This is a bad situation for America's cattle farmers and America because we are producing 1 billion pounds less beef than we were in this country just a year ago, according to John Boyd, president of the National Black Farmers Association. Boyd's been farming and producing beef for 41 years. He stressed, he says, quote, "I'm telling you, this is a time when we should be investing in America's cattle, and we're not doing it. We're not investing in America's beef and cattle farmers. Biden policies are hurting America's cattlemen such as myself. They should be invested in America's cattle farmers and making sure we have the tools needed to stay on the farm." Now, he did note that there were empty stalls last week at a very good cattle market near his home in Blackstone, Virginia. He blamed the alarming situation on American ranchers not producing the beef that we used to. Now, he warned the lack of production will cause price spikes. Americans are going to pay the price at their local grocery stores. Yeah, we already are seeing such a steep hike in beef in this country, and it's because we're not supporting those cattlemen such as myself. The Biden administration is not paying attention to this national crisis. This is a national crisis for America's cattlemen. And they've turned a blind and deaf ear to something that needs immediate attention. U.S. Department of Agriculture's biannual cattle inventory report showed that the country's cattle herd totaled 87.2 million head as of January 1 this year. Now, that figure is down roughly 2% from last year. It's the lowest herd size in 73 years. Fox Business reported agricultural economists say persistent drought over the last 3 years, along with the high input cost and inflation, are putting pressure on both consumers and farmers. American Farm Bureau Federation economist Brett Nelson said the combination of higher input prices and drought drove farmers and ranchers to market more cattle, and not just more cattle, but more female cattle that are responsible for replacing the beef herd. Now we're looking at a beef herd of about 28.2 million head. Amongst that, we have a calf crop that's 33.6 million. Now, this is down 2%, but it's the smallest calf crop since 1948. That's 76 years ago. Now, Nelson said the current pipeline for beef supply is strong, but he cautioned as that supply begins to dry up, that's when we're going to see beef supplies start to get tighter and tighter. This could lead to the record prices that I think are going to occur in 2024 and 25. Uh-oh. Does that mean it's going to be, well, when grilling time comes around this summer, right? Yeah, we all get set for our Memorial Day weekend. Fire up the grill. Get ready for summer. Honey, what's on the menu? I guess it's going to be hot dogs this year because we can't afford hamburgers. Now, beef sold on an average $5 a pound last year, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. But the inflation numbers, all right, up we go. We'll get a news break in here, and when we come back to your calls at 844-844-3388. Horse Feathers mentioned that the TikTok video, which I have not yet seen that, but rather than appearing for an interview during the Super Bowl Sunday evening there, I guess Biden apparently did indeed release some sort of a TikTok video complaining about what they call shrinkflation. Yeah, all the snack manufacturers, from your Oreos to your candies, making the product smaller, making the contents of the package less and charging the same price. Shrinkflation. That's not really something new, but hey, it's all because of Bidenomics, right?
USA News Update. U.S. Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas is backing his boss after last week's special counsel report that referred to issues with President Biden's memory. Mayorkas says the special counsel's investigative report on Biden's handling of classified documents was no place for that feedback.
The special counsel made gratuitous, unnecessary, and inaccurate personal remarks.
Speaking on NBC's Meet the Press. Tragedy strikes over the weekend. The CEO of one of Nigeria's largest banks, Herbert Wigwe, along with his wife and son, died in a helicopter crash near Interstate 15 in Southern California's Mojave Desert. Herbert Wigwe, who served as the chief executive of Access Bank, was among 6 people aboard the aircraft when it crashed shortly after 10 p.m. local time. All 6 people on board died, including 2 pilots and the former chair of NGX Group, Nigeria's stock exchange. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, where we leave off there? Hey, lo and behold, Hillbilly Tex in the house. Yes, Hillbilly Tex is still around, tipping a hat, ringing a cowbell. Exit 81 off of I-75. Hope you're doing well, Hillbilly, in the new year. Hello to the dingback, the one and only, just chilling at the house here. A little chilly here in West Memphis, Arkansas. 35 feels like 32. Me and the fur babies are in for the night. I know it's Brain Dead's Friday, and I know he's pretty happy because it's been a crazy week. Hope everybody's having a great night. Drive safe out there. All right, thank you very much, Dingbat. What else in the mix? All right, the second month of the year. It's February. I mentioned earlier, it is the snowiest for many regions of the country. And for other areas, actually, the peak in snowfall actually occurs even later toward springtime. The climatologists have compiled snowfall data from around the U.S. and Canada, put together a map that shows which month is the snowiest for each location, with an average annual snowfall total of at least 6 inches. This was all compiled from the Global Historical Climatology Network. It may come as a surprise that the month with the most snowfall occurs after the end of solar winter, which is the quarter of the year with the least daylight, spanning November 6 to February 5 in the Northern Hemisphere. Solar winter spans roughly 45 days before and after the winter solstice. It's a colorful map showing the snowiest month of the year can vary quite a bit from one region to the other, but February stands out as the biggest snow month for major cities in the Northeast, including New York City and Washington, D.C., further west in the nation's heartland, Nebraska and South Dakota, that makes up part of Blizzard Alley. actually also experienced the highest volume of snow in February. For the western portion of the Midwest, there's two periods where the area gets hit by the most winter weather, November into December, then February into March. But as temperatures start to rise in March, the precip events become more mixed and eventually transition to just plain old rain events. On over to the eastern side of the country, portions of the Northeast, including eastern New England, also see the peak snowfall here in February. Large metropolitan areas, Washington, D.C., Baltimore, New York City, Boston, all typically experience the most snow in February. So this is not an unusual day. We're smack dab in the middle of February, talking about maybe a foot of snow in Boston for your Tuesday. There you go. Nothing out of the ordinary here, folks. Hello, 5-7.
How do? Yeah, we did pretty good. Rolled down to Savannah and had a lot of hard rain. Rain stopped. Something I don't remember anybody saying anything, but man, the high winds or something else out here now. There's limbs in the road, plenty of pine needles. With my history, you know, I've already ran over 2 trees down here that fell in the road. And it's been dry for forever, so yeah, you know how that works. Rain softens the sand up and blows them down, so I'll be keeping a close eye. But running down here on State Route 321 from Allendale down into Savannah, it's anybody listening, anybody running that 2-lane down there, keep both hands on the wheel, because you go past a stand of trees into an open field, and it will make you feel like they're going to flip you over. It's something else. And I have noticed there's not that many trucks out here tonight. So
really, quiet.
I don't know. Huh? I must have missed the memo about the high winds. So, all right, that's basically what I wanted to pass on to. Yeah, the street lights are slinging all over the place. The moss hanging from the trees is almost hanging straight out. And I know when I come to work, I'm wearing just a sweatshirt. It was pretty warm. Matter of fact, I turned my air conditioner on a little bit because put the windows down, the pipes are blowed out. So it makes it a little more comfortable with less noise and little air in here. So maybe the weather's turning cold here. I don't know. But she's kicking me around pretty good.
All right.
Other than that, I'm going to sit back and listen to Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
Well, here we are. All right, thanks for tuning in. Hope everything went well with the wife this morning, right? Doctor visit, everything good?
Yeah, she's 74 years old, as cranky as all get out, and didn't want to do nothing, you know. Kept telling me, don't tell her what to do. And, hey, I'm just trying to keep her alive. How about it? So.
That's a good thing. All right, have a good morning. There you go. Meanwhile, from CDL Life, a truck driver wins $12 million when the accused trucking company fails to respond to a lawsuit. The Coffee County, Alabama truck driver awarded the $12 million settlement last week for injuries he sustained on the job in March of last year. According to News 4, the lawsuit alleges that Kim Pearson Custom Hauling, LLC, was negligent, which led the semi-truck rollover that caused injuries to truck driver Joshua Larley as he hauled chickens to a poultry plant. Larley racked up $6 million in medical bills following the accident. Wow. Pearson was named the defendant in the suit, but failed to respond to the allegations or the suit. Larley was awarded the $12 million to cover his medical bills as well as punitive damages. A temporary restraining order forbidding Pearson from offloading assets has been issued and will remain in place until the lawsuit is satisfied. This sends a strong message in the fight for workplace safety and justice. According to the law firm that represented Lyerly, no attorney was present to speak on behalf of the trucking company. I guess they just felt like it's like when you get your notice from the IRS, right? It's a bill, you owe. If I just throw it in the garbage, it'll just go away, right? Well, no, it doesn't just magically disappear. Yeah, ask Dean Michael, the tax doctor. He'll explain that to you. It doesn't just go away. You can't just ignore it, bury your head in the sand. But yeah, I suspect probably a smaller trucking operation, somebody's going to be filing for bankruptcy, right? I would assume. It is 844-844-3388. Jolly Green Giant.
Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters out there. I get a call at 7 o'clock last night informing me that Jolly Green's bid had been canceled. So I went down to Lexington to our terminal I've never been to before. Dropped the trailer, and I'm on the Bluegrass Parkway out in the middle of God's country.
Yeah.
There ain't nothing out here, heading toward Bowling Green. So I'm having a good night so far. Definitely on something different. So otherwise, it's an adventure tonight. The reason I'm calling tonight, I heard actual facts from some of the drivers I work with that a Skyline Chili in Fairfield has robots bringing food to the table. So it's coming. Yeah, robots are coming. It's just a matter of time at our fast food restaurants. So, but I just heard that tonight, Steve.
I've not heard that. I haven't heard or seen anything. Right. I know the one you're talking about. Isn't that the one that burned a few years ago and they rebuilt?
I don't know the answer to that, Steve. I've never been to that Skyline. But I live in Milford, Ohio, on the other side of town.
Uh-huh.
So one of the drivers that I work with, they live in that area, and Sex Maniac is also close to that area. So they were the ones that were talking about it.
Yeah.
And they were talking about these robots bringing the food to the table. And I said, well, wait a minute here. Do you got to tip those robots?
All right.
Come on here. Yeah. So I just thought I'd call in and let you know I am listening tonight. They took Gilligan and Horsefelders last week. But don't tell Eskimo Mom I'm in her area. I know she's not working tonight, but I'm in her area tonight. Yes, sir. So I should be down here at 3 o'clock down there at the Bowling Green Terminal, and hopefully I get to come straight back. We'll just have to wait and see. I'm getting ready to get on 65 South right now in Elizabethtown, Kentucky, for any of you guys that know where that's at. So, like I said, I have not been across here in 30 years. I was talking to Sex Maniac about it, and Kevin and I were talking about running across here. And I'm telling you what, there ain't nothing across here at all.
Wow.
Nothing. So, either way, Steve, I'm going to let you go. You have a good night.
All right, good to hear from you. Safe travels out there, rolling through God's country, right? The Jolly Green Giant. It is 844-844-3388. Other industry headlines. Let's move over here. Recall the story last year. I remember well because it was kind of a local event in Ohio, where you had the truck driver that was being pursued by law enforcement. Eventually stopped via stop sticks, but they released the canine on the truck driver when he was surrendering with his hands up. Remember that scenario? It was the city of Circleville, Ohio. An update says that settlements for both the police officer and the truck driver involved in that incident that occurred on 4th of July last year. The former Circleville police officer, Ryan Speakman, will receive $40,000 and be allowed to voluntarily resign. He was actually terminated a few weeks after that incident on the 4th of July last year. The truck driver Jadarius Rose will receive $250,000 settlement from Circleville. According to police, Rose, as we call, refused to stop for a motor carrier enforcement officer trying to pull him over on US 35 for a missing mud flap, which led to a multi-agency pursuit that was finally brought to a halt using stop sticks, and Rose eventually got out of the truck and stood out with his hands up. But in the police body cam video, you can hear an Ohio State Highway Patrol trooper yelling, "Do not release the dog! Do not release the dog!" As troopers were attempting to gain compliance, providing verbal commands to the suspect, the Circleville Police Department indeed deployed the canine, resulting in the suspect being bit by the canine. Rose was hospitalized for the dog bite injuries. Circleville Police Department then later issued a statement that Officer Speakman did not meet the standards and expectations we hold for our police officers. Now, that's the officer who he himself then later filed a complaint arguing that he was not terminated for just cause. Now, the truck driver, Rose, was initially charged with felony fleeing. Ultimately, that was dropped, so I guess just trying to put this all behind. If the officer gets $40,000 and gets to voluntarily resign, okay. Truck driver gets $250,000, and it's all over, right? Scarecrow got you coming up here in 2, after which we've got clear lines at 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, back at it here. Hello to Roki, who says, Jolly Green, yes, Skyline Chili uses robots. Let me see. In May of 22, actually, Robin Corrales, the co-owner of the Skyline franchise on Hicks Boulevard. I did a quick Google search, and yeah, I see several stories, some of them dating back last year and even the prior year. In April of 22, Chili's restaurant, the chain, announced that they're going to expand their robot servers. They call them Rita. 51 additional restaurants all over the country. Rita can guide customers to their tables, carry food, and even sing happy birthday. Robot waiters typically have built-in trays and a staff. Artificial intelligence, right? That's pretty much it. Ice Cream Man also checked in. He said, Circleville police are a joke. They cost me a nice cargo van. I just had the engine rebuilt in it for an ice cream truck before I went back to trucking. But checking in from Warrenton, Missouri, the Flying J taking my 34. Load got delayed a day. Company said receiver called and asked to change delivery day. Morning, Scarecrow. What's happening out there?
Well, as so often happens about this time of the program, Steve, I'll have to give you the abbreviated version for this call. That Shrinknomics, that goes back as to the point when I think I started grocery shopping. And it probably took place prior to that, too.
Right.
Aside from standard, sized items like a gallon of milk or a pound of butter, there's very little that is not downsized in packaging through the years. The easiest example would be, like coffee grounds, cereal, dried cereal, Steve. I can picture a box labeled family size, maybe say Cheerios.
Mm-hmm.
Even a few years back, they were a good sized box, and now this family size box is, well, maybe it reflects on the downsizing of the American family size or such, but I would say they've probably shrunk by 30%. It's just but I guess what Biden wants to call it what he wants to, Yeah, thinking February up here. Well, we're not so much looking at February. March can be a nasty month up here in Wisconsin, western Wisconsin, for some reason. And it's almost a Murphy Law thing around here, Steve. The boys' high school basketball tournaments in Madison are mid to end of March. Well, it pretty much goes without saying. There's probably going to be a heck of a nasty storm for parents to be traveling in, that time of the month.
Mm-hmm.
From our perspective, we can guarantee there's going to be a nasty storm. I think it's the 20th of March. I think that's when we drive up to Minneapolis to catch our Korea flight. Well, there could be a heck of a difference in weather too between La Crosse and the Twin Cities area. So yeah, we're anticipating a heck of a storm come end of March this year. You started talking about last night too, the price of beers and such. Now this was Saturday. I had the jukebox in my workshop on, and the program members they were talking about price of beer at the airports and with food and snacks too. Well, I did look this up, and this was kind of a 2-year-old story. It's been pursued by since, but he was referencing $27 beers at LaGuardia Airport. So I did a quick search, and yeah, in 2022, I think it was Sam Adams bottle, $27 for a bottle of beer, Steve.
Wow.
But when I did the search, you can find the different stories that whether it be whatever council would be the ones that would look into pricing and gouging. They were going to pursue it anyway. And I don't know. I think the stories maybe mentioned domestic beer prices too, but I don't recall what they were. But and I've thought about this with ballparks and such through the years. Running the price up on the product, like that, it kind of accomplishes two things. It cuts back on a lot of overconsumption, but the retailer is still making that huge profit. What they're losing in sales volume, they're making up for, in extremely extremely marked up items in such way. So yeah, but yeah, it was $27, and I think the same article said French fries were like $11 or $12, and but yeah, these radio host program people, they were just talking about cutting the cost of airline travel and bringing your own snacks and things like that. Now I guess I must have been misinformed or misheard the news thing. I think this was Saturday also. It made it sound like Swift and I don't remember his name, that they were engaged, that he'd already asked her. But my thoughts are, well, was this a long distance proposal? Because we knew she was in Japan,
right?
So I think something was skewed there, and would have to do a search, whatnot. But there was some comments that are pretty put out. Some fellow entertainers wondering where her comments were on Toby Keith's passing, given that he was so instrumental in her early success,
getting her started. Yes,
she hadn't posted, at least on her social media platform. So, but other than that, we're going to leave it right there.
All right, we'll get the rest of the story in round two, right? Because we're right up against top of the hour, so we'll get a news break in here. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. On Monday, the judge overseeing the Georgia election subversion case involving Donald Trump and multiple co-defendants raised the possibility of disqualifying the district attorney responsible for bringing the case. This consideration stems from concerns that Fani Willis may have financially benefited from a personal relationship with her chief prosecutor on the case. A hearing is scheduled for Thursday to address motions seeking the removal of the Fulton County DA due to allegations of an improper romantic involvement with Nathan Wade. 2 employees at a chemical facility close to Houston lost their lives after being shot by a 35-year-old individual whose spouse had previously worked at the same plant. The incident occurred at the thermal polymer plant located in Angelton. The perpetrator, identified as Bradley Jones, held the workers at gunpoint before carrying out the shootings. Authorities managed to apprehend him about 30 minutes away near the Texas coastline. A 7-year-old boy is fighting for his life after being shot inside Lakewood Church in Houston Sunday afternoon. It's where celebrity pastor Joel Osteen preaches. Commander Chris Hassig of Houston Police says the woman who opened fire and the boy she critically wounded came to the church together.
She
gets out of her white vehicle. She opens the door, pulls out the 7-year-old child out of the back seat, as well as a bag that is with her.
The woman's gun had a Free Palestine sticker on it, and she has a long criminal history. President Biden spoke at the National Association of Counties Legislative Conference Monday in Washington, where he met with county leaders.
Look at the progress we've made together, and I mean it when I say we. I came to office, the pandemic was raging, and our economy was reeling. Counties nationwide faced devastating budget cuts, but we turned things around.
During his remarks on Monday, Biden touted the U.S. economy. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The Northeast is on high alert due to a fast-moving storm. New Jersey residents are gearing up for what could be the first significant snowstorm in a while.
We are really excited. We like to build snowmen. We like to have fun. We like to drink hot chocolates.
Not looking forward to the snow. It's a shame because it's been nice the past couple days, like the past week.
Tuesday's anticipated snowstorm has led to the closure of all public schools in New York City and Boston. Some areas in the region are bracing for up to a foot of snow. President Biden is making light of concerns about his memory following the special counsel report that raised questions about his age. Speaking at a conference in Washington Monday, Biden quipped about his longevity.
What I didn't realize, and I've been around, I know I don't look like it, but I've been around a while. I do remember that.
The remark follows the report's characterization of Biden as a well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory. The NFL is considering Las Vegas as a potential host for another Super Bowl, with Commissioner Roger Goodell expressing praise for the city on Monday.
The hospitality here, you outdid it. And I think safe to say the NFL looks forward to coming back.
The Kansas City Chiefs beat the San Francisco 49ers in overtime during the first ever Super Bowl that was held in Sin City on Sunday. New Orleans now slated to host the next Super Bowl, Super Bowl 59. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you much. And welcome back. Another hour as we make our way into a Tuesday morning. Again, if you weren't with us, hour number one out of the box, I'm trying to dig back through my pile here. Coming up at the top of the hour, 3 a.m. Eastern Time. Starting there in the state of Pennsylvania. Commercial vehicle bans. In anticipation of the big storm, I did refresh on the radar here, and we are seeing the snow filling in. It looks like snow flat out coming down, just beginning up toward Poughkeepsie, New York. You can go back from Scranton, PA to Hazleton to State College. It's all snow. Now, from areas, say, east of Pittsburgh to Harrisburg to Philadelphia, it's still all rain at this hour. But the anticipation is, that snow's going to fill in. So, I mean, we're talking complete commercial vehicle bans. That's Tier 4, as they call it. In Pennsylvania, I-80 from the 173 Lamar to the New Jersey state line. Interstate 81 from I-78 to the New York state line. The entire lengths of I-84, I-180, and I-380. And complete commercial vehicle ban on the PA Turnpike, the Northeast Extension. That's 476 from I-80 to Clark's Summit at exit 130. That's a complete commercial motor vehicle ban, according to the Pennsylvania DOT. All right, Pappy checks in here. How's your week starting out?
Yeah, it's all right. The off day. Working got a little busy there, Steve. I'm needing some paperwork for a few nights, but it is what it is. Hey, Steve, remember when this special counsel Robert Hur put that out about Obama's mental situation? What was that? I think it came out on Wednesday last week, I think. Anyway, I mean, we talked about it on your show.
Yeah.
I think it was the next day. The next day, I posted something on Facebook. They actually, first time, I got something from Facebook saying, hey, we think you need to check your password. We think maybe you've been compromised or something. Nobody hacked me or anything.
Yeah.
But it said due to some content that was put on your feed. And Steve, what I put on there, I don't know if you've seen it, but I'm like, after thinking about this, I think Obama put the hit out on Biden with this report. You can go on my Facebook. It's still there.
Okay.
About 3 or 4 days ago. So Bongino, the next day, he was talking, and I'm thinking, man, he's going to back me on this, right? Nope. He just thought it was Robert Hur trying to put it out there. Listen, if we can't charge this guy, he was going to maybe try to politically hurt him, And we can't charge Biden anyway. He's in office.
Setting president.
It's not like, yes. So it's not like we can indict him. But we could impeach him or go with the 25A. So, Steve, I wake up today and I listen to Bongino, and he totally turned around and flipped his script. He is now saying it's an Obama hit job.
Really?
I'm not saying I posted a couple things on his thing, sent him an email. I'm not saying it's, I know it's not because he read what I put out there. But let me try to explain this. Remember how I was telling you that they want Michelle to run.
Michelle don't want to run. Remember how he was talking about how I told you that Bongino working in the White House, in the Obama White House, knows that Michelle Obama does not like the limelight. She's never been political. She don't want no part of this. So you look at some of the things that's been put out. We've talked about David Axelrod before, back during the Spygate whole thing, right? He's like Obama's right-hand man.
Mm-hmm.
He was on CNN talking about there's no way Michelle's running. All these rumors are just rumors. He flat out, I know her. She's not going to run. So what Bongino was saying was that they think this was a political hit job, that Bob Hur was given the nod, wink, wink, right? Was told, we need to get him out. And we need to get him out now because we got to replace him with someone.
And this would be the prime way to get the discussion started about, Joe, it's time to go, right?
Yes. It's my understanding. Heard this a couple places. I think one of them might have been on the War Room with Stephen K. Bannon several months ago. Obama met with Biden to discuss his campaign strategy. There was rumors going around that Obama was telling Biden to step down. And Biden gave Obama the double barrel middle finger and said, nope, ain't doing it. And Obama does not like Biden. He knows he's a political lightweight. He's just, he's a goof. So my theory is, Steve, is they want to get Obama out, or they want to get Biden out. I don't think Barack wants Michelle to run. She don't want to run. Mm-hmm. So they're trying to get him out right now, so they can get Gavin Newsom, somebody else in there to give them several months of campaigning.
Sure.
Right? To try to turn this thing around. My theory is, Steve, and I said this before on your show, if they get to the Democrat convention and Biden doesn't step down, now they lost time. And Steve, I'd bet a paycheck that they already went to Michelle Obama and said, come on, you got to do this. And she turned them down. But if Biden doesn't step out and they get to the convention, they're going to kick him out. And they're going to go back to Michelle Obama on their hands and knees, begging her, you need to do this for our country, for our party, or we're going to end up losing this election. And she's going to have a big decision to make.
Mm-hmm.
And I think she's going to cave and do it for the party and step in and run, because if she doesn't, and this happens and they lose the election, Steve, I'm telling you, the Democrats will throw them under the bus like anybody else. They will be the outcast of the Democratic Party if she doesn't step up for them. That's my theory.
Has anybody?
I don't know, man.
Anybody got to the point of doing the hypothetical question of if it were Donald Trump versus Michelle Obama, what would the public sentiment be? Would she stand a chance?
Yeah, man. Steve, I think she would. Because there's only one person in my mind that can generate the enthusiasm to the average Democrat voter out here. I don't think Gavin Newsom doesn't. Tackles doesn't. Nobody likes her. She's a lightweight too. Who? I mean, they have nobody. They can't run on anything. But Michelle Obama, the anointed one's wife.
Right.
I mean, think about it, Steve. You're talking about, guess who's coming to town? I'm telling you, I don't know. We'll see, man. Everybody says that, you know, she's just... I think David Axelrod was even saying when Brock was running for senator, she didn't want no part of it, man. She does not like being on the camera.
Right. Now, supposedly, right now with all this Netflix stuff and what they're doing, they're making good money. They're living the high life.
Yes. Yeah. But I'm thinking they might force her in the corner and say, "Man, if you don't do this, you know, our party's done for a long, long, long time." It might force her to have to accept it. Who knows? Say she does accept, right?
Mm-hmm.
Say she wins. In the back of her head, whoever her vice president pick is, in the back of her head, maybe I'll do this for a year and then resign. Hand it over to the next person. She could do that. There's nothing preventing the president from resigning for whatever reason. I don't like the job. Don't feel like doing it anymore. So I don't know, man. Heck else? I don't know. I guess that's a bad answer. There's a couple.
I was trying to remember. Eagle was waiting for your comment on something the other night, and never. I can't remember what the hell it was he wanted to hear from you about, but I don't know. Maybe if he wakes up, he'll remind me.
Yeah, I know he was asking what the heck was that. What would happen if the New York police that got stomped in New York, you know, if that was somewhere else, what would happen? We're going back a week or so.
Right, okay.
I thought I answered that.
Yeah.
Yeah, what do you think would happen? They'd lock them up anywhere else, unless you're in a Democrat city. Unless there was something else. I didn't hear none of it so much last night, Steve. I was busy, so I don't know if it was something you said last night or not.
I think it was Friday morning.
Steve, I will say this, with a little nod and wink, right? Hispanics are getting arrested, Steve. Left and right.
Mm-hmm.
Come the midnight hour, they kind of like to party a little bit. Get out in the street and act fools.
Kind of going back to our conversation with Big Ed a week or two ago, where he says, "I'm not seeing all these millions of illegals. I'm not seeing them. Where are they? You know, but they're out there. They're there."
Listen, I got to be careful what I say here, man. But I'm telling you, Big Ed, you just need to trust me. They're getting arrested, a bunch of them, for acting fools. And I'll leave it at that.
Very good.
All right, Steve. Thanks for taking the call, my man.
Hey, good to hear from you. Appreciate you checking in.
Tomorrow.
All right. Thank you much. Yeah, we'll get to the inbred redneck coming up here. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
And I try to look back here. I knew I had seen the story somewhere. As Pappy just brought up a few minutes ago there, since her issued that report last week. McLaughlin makes a good point. Yeah, what is everybody talking about right now? Everybody's talking about Biden's age, his mental decline, his memory loss. Nobody's really talking about the facts of the crimes that were committed and her opted not to charge. We're not talking about that. I had to think about it a minute when I was going through his breakdown this past day. Following the release of the Her report, everybody should have been talking about the abject negligence of what Biden had done in removing and keeping classified documents. And the fact that his son, Hunter, we know had access to those same documents for his alleged influence peddling. But there's nobody talking about that. What should have been extensively talked about are Joe's apparent cognitive issues. Worrisome issues, no doubt, but not as serious as the actual purported criminal ones. Truth is that as vice president, Joe may very well have violated the same laws that his two-tiered Department of Justice has repeatedly pushed to indict Donald Trump. Biden gets a pass from the DOJ, while the opponent, though, former President Trump, faces multiple criminal prosecutions and trials. It is a clear double standard of justice, which should have been the total focus of all media and voter discussions since Er's release. But it's not. Instead, it's all about Joe's age. Why is Joe Biden getting off scot-free for apparent less than honorable transactions while serving in public office? Why is Donald Trump headed back to court when Joe doesn't even get a slap on the wrist? October of 2020, the night before the second presidential debate, President Trump called to ask us if he should make the Hunter Biden laptop scandal a big issue in the debate. We said, absolutely. We had just got back a battleground state poll asking what the voters liked least about Joe. If they were voting for Biden, their response was his age or he's too old. If they were voting for President Trump, they said corruption. Exposing the Biden family, their less than savory practices. could have delivered the election to Trump and Republicans in 2020, but big media would not allow it. Hunter's former business partner, Tony Bobulinski, held a press conference before the debate, tried to bring the issue up. Today, we all know how the liberal pro-Biden media and big tech censored the free press like the New York Post, Twitter, and other social media, all to bury Biden's baggage. Remember, they said it was Russian disinformation. So right now, at the eve of the Super Bowl, special counsel Robert Hur issues a report that says Vice President Biden failed to properly protect highly sensitive classified information. Could have been important to Biden's family clients from China to Russia to Ukraine and other countries who reported to pay tens of billions to the Bidens. However, the Justice Department, Hur decided not to prosecute. He would present himself to a jury. A sympathetic, well-meaning, elderly man with a poor memory. That has been the focus of all discussion. But he also clearly spelled out Joe Biden willfully retained and disclosed classified documents, which you don't have to be a lawyer to know is beyond highly suspect. Cleverly, Joe Biden called a rare primetime press conference not to defend his innocence against the Hur's report of corruption, but simply to disprove the charges that he's too old or mentally unfit. This could be the greatest political diversion of all time. It's brilliant. Our mentor was the late Arthur Finkelstein, a political strategist who had worked for Richard Nixon. One of his strategic rules when faced with scandal was to substitute, divert, and counter. At a time when the House Republican majority has an ongoing impeachment inquiry into Joe, the president is exonerated by his own Justice Department because of his age, not his innocence. Here's the only wrinkle for this diversion. Public opinion has not been easily fooled, and voters are still against him. And with that, I'm looking at the clock. I'm sorry, Redneck. I'll get to you after the news break. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Former President Trump is participating in a closed hearing Monday regarding his classified documents case in Florida. Trump and his legal team were scheduled to convene with a federal judge for an extensive discussion expected to last several hours. Trump facing allegations of taking hundreds of classified documents with him when he left the White House. President Biden making light of concerns about his memory. Speaking at a conference in Washington Monday, Biden quipped,
"What I didn't realize, and I've been around, I know I don't look like it, but I've been around a while. I do remember that."
His remark follows a report that characterized Biden as a well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory. A series of significant storms is pounding the southern U.S. with tornado watches and warnings spread across southern Louisiana, Alabama, Georgia, and into Tennessee and the Carolinas. Further north, wintry conditions will be hitting. John Schaefer, USA News.
Okay, I'm talking funny because I'm in the witness protection program. I have too much credit card debt and I don't want people to find me.
Okay, I'm just kidding. We're going to talk about credit card debt. Right, those plastic things that we all have in our wallet. Are you in your 50s or 60s and you're still carrying around a mound of credit card debt? Wouldn't it be nice to start banking that money and save a little money for retirement down the road? We help people restructure their credit card debt all the time. We show people how they can get out of credit card debt in months, not years. Listen, you'll be carrying around credit card debt for the rest of your life unless you deal with it right now. We offer a free consultation so you can learn how you can finally wipe out your credit card debt and start saving money. Give us a free call right now.
Call Debt Solutions Network now. 866-451-3328. 866-451-3328. That's 866-451-3328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's Proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For Proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 B500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's Proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, I did a quick search there, a.k.a. hotshotsecret.com, and I looked up the Big Rig Duo, which you could win a Big Rig Duo. That's two 64-ounce bottles of Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator and two 64-ounce bottles of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme. If you tried to order that online, it's $199.96 before tax. If you'd like to win that, all you got to do is follow the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and click on the link there. Via the Facebook page, it's on the Hot Shot Secret page, it's on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive page. I've shared it on my personal page, and I think the Princess shared it here a few minutes ago. Yeah, just comment Hot Shot Secret, and they're going to randomly pull a winner each week, each Friday, for a Big Rig Duo. If you're watching on the Facebook or Rumble, I've got a 64-ounce bottle of the Stiction Eliminator and the Diesel Extreme. It'd be two of each of those. Quite the package. $200 bundle deal just for listening to the program. All right? More to come. Let me see what the inbred redneck has on his mind this morning.
Well, good morning, Mr. Summers. Let me tell you something. Now, daggone today has been rough on me. Here up on the presidential mansion here in Raven Rock, Kentucky, looking down upon the city of Jenkins. And, buddy, we've had all 4 seasons today, believe it or not. earlier today it was, in the 60s and raining just like a summer rainstorm. And then we got the thunderstorm this evening, the hail, the lightning, and we're snowing now, buddy. So, it's crazy. If you live in your life and fast forward like I am, everybody out there, and I don't know if anybody's ever brought this up or thought about this or anything else. That daggone Biden, let me tell you something. He just rubbing everybody's nose in it, buddy. It's a sign of the times, The old Dems are real bad for rubbing your nose in it, making you beg and everything else.
Right.
And the old playbook is working as usual. Now, there's a lot of people saying they're going to replace them. Well, they're probably hoping for another brain aneurysm. The Democrat Party is. But daggone Steve, he's out there bragging, saying, well, they said I turned over the records and done it quickly. And I'm not senile and all this other stuff. Well, basically, he played a little bit of possum with them, and he is admitting to the American people that he perjured himself. Now, is it not? If you lie under investigation while they're taking them statements, especially if you're under investigation from the FBI, it's perjury, How many people have they got on perjury, Steve, over the years? And they really done nothing.
Right.
So people open up your eyes. Look at it for what it is. It's perjury. All the crazy stuff going on. Just like watching that Super Bowl, Steve. I figured, once I'm elected, if the American people listen to me, now, did I not tell you who was going to win the game? And just about the exact difference in the score Friday. I mean, it's just easy money. Having a guy like me in the White House for all the people out there. Steve, I laid down a $500 bet on the Chiefs. Got $1,500 back. Now, if that ain't a good Super Bowl, I don't know what is.
There you go.
I don't know what is. Yeah, but I wasn't really interested in the game. I knew the outcome and what it was going to be, So I knew it was safe money in the bank. But I noticed all the social media stars and TV stars and music stars, buddy. Let me tell you one thing. If there's one thing I hate in this world, it's Reba McEntire.
Really?
Now, I know you got some women listeners out there.
Now, what's wrong with Reba?
And I'm sorry. Lord, Steve, look at her. It's like you put a red-headed wig on a Joker. She's exactly what is wrong with America right now, Steve. Where they, America's Got Talent goes to the top, and everybody is paying attention to. She was the original one of the original ones from Ed McMahon's Star Search. I mean, the poor girl's uglier than a mud fence.
I think she looks pretty damn good for her age. I guess she's had a little nip and a tuck here and there, but that's how old is she now? 71.
Yeah, she's up there, but I'm telling you, Steve, she looks like a Joker in the daggone red wig, buddy. I'm telling you, the Joker from Batman. So, but that's just my personal taste, but she needs to hang it up, buddy. That national anthem, that was bad, buddy. They was turning down her mic. They were turning down her mic. She was singing so bad, buddy. I don't know if you noticed that or not.
I did not get to tune into the game. No, I did not. And I looked at, she's 68 years old. I mean, it doesn't look bad for 68 to me. And she does have a bit of a smile, though. I see what you're saying there. It's trying to keep that skin tight.
All right. You'll come around. Don't worry, Steve. But, you know, I was sitting there thinking, you know, I see that. And it was like it was wielding out every middle-aged and over-the-hill celebrity there ever was. I mean, even if you think about it, Taylor Swift is getting up there now. I don't know if she'd make the redneck girls cuts, you know. I mean, pretty hard getting into the boudoir of the inbred redneck. I just put it like that these days. But, dang on. And then I was sitting there watching, and I seen this commercial come on there. I don't know if you've seen it or not. This Kennedy commercial. Now, somehow they're toting this guy around. On one hand, you got a guy who's got, you know, has had a couple aneurysms. You got another guy that can't talk, Kennedy, says he's got some kind of crazy disease.
Yes.
Sounds like me he got a kazoo stuck in his throat or something. I don't know, you know. And how did his people get to power? Buddy, they were bootlegging liquor. They were bootlegging liquor, no different than the many generations of the inbred redneck. We're all moonshiners and bootleggers. But yet, they don't want to take me seriously, Steve. You know, the other day I called a affiliate station over there in Hazard, Kentucky about running my campaign ad, and they wouldn't run it.
Right.
That's against the law, buddy. That's against the law. They're trying to hold me down, Steve. I need everybody's help out there. Y'all got to pick me up and at least get me on the same footing as the rest of these candidates. You know, it's not fair what they're doing to me. They're railroading me, Steve. They're trying to cut me out. They're saying I'm a nut, buddy.
You think?
But yeah, I mean, I've got some great plans for this country. It's sort of like old Biden, you know. He wants all of us to ride around on a daggone electric moped if he had his choosing. But he's going to ride around in his Corvette with secret documents flying out all over the street. You know, we got to outlaw that for you common people. Oh, well, Steve, if I'm in there, what's good for the rich man is going to be good for the common person, Steve. You know, it's like, you know, some of these cities and towns, they don't want you to have a nice junk car in your front yard. I mean, it's something to lean on, drink beer on, conversation piece, you know, for the neighborhood and whatnot. But, you know, you put a fence up, get 400 or 500 of them, then you got a junkyard. Oh, nobody ever complains about the junkyards. See, there's a big despair in America on this, Steve. And, you know, speaking of all that, I know you up there in Cincinnati, and, you know, I ain't too good with the geography of the counties of Ohio. But the Butler County Sheriff up there, isn't that like the next county north of Cincinnati?
That would be correct. Butler County, just north of Cincinnati. Richard K. Jones.
Yeah. Yeah, he was coming out talking about all that stuff about people is out to get us and everything else, and he can't say nothing about it. Well, you said enough to induce fear into Americans. You know, isn't that maybe more than he should have said? Nobody's talking about it, Steve. few little people here and there on the internet, and maybe some radio shows, but the mainstream media ain't talking about it. Maybe a local television station, but the mainstream media ain't talking about it. It's those things that worry. And he's saying it. He's from illegal immigration. He's not. I don't think he's too far off base. But when the daggone president and these FBI directors pull all of them in there to have a meeting with them, tell them some bombshell thing like that, and the president ain't good enough to show up to tell them or to address them or even
talk to them.
Have a daggone Zoom call.
Yep.
Yeah. It's sickening. You know, that's one thing you got to admire about Trump. Now, he knows how to give it the personal touch now. And the way I look at it, if I can get on that debate stage, buddy, say they put me, Kennedy, Biden, and Trump up there, it's going to be a neck-and-neck race between me and Trump. And but I need everybody's help. They've got to call CNN. They got to call their local news and say, what about the inbred redneck? They got to call every radio show in the world. Send emails. You got to do it, people. You got to, if you really believe in the inbred redneck, you got to put a little blood in the game, just like I am. I ain't asking for your money. I just want your influence. That's all.
All right. Well, usually you put your money where your mouth is, but hey, real quick, like Bitcoin's over $50,000. What's going on?
Well, you know, that little ETF deal, that's helping it out a lot. And then a lot of, you know, people are wondering about these interest rates, buddy. And that kind of reassured the markets with the ETF deal, you know. So I'm thinking it's, you know, I said for a long time, oh, it's going to skyrocket. It's going to skyrocket. Maybe my timing was a little bit off. Maybe a year or so late, but, yeah, I mean, the old funny money we've been dealing with is about as good as Kleenex or toilet paper. Buddy, how'd that diaper work out the other day? You seem a bit spry.
I laughed at that several times, and I'm feeling a lot better. That was great advice, Redneck. Oh, it's the voice is almost total recover. If you notice that, I'm almost back to full force. Still a little bit hoarse, but it is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer signups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, just another point Pappy brought up there. Going back to a conversation we had with Big Ed a few weeks ago, and several people questioning if all these supposed millions that are crossing our border, where are they? I'm not seeing them. That was their question. Well, they're seeing them in Chicago. They're seeing them in New York. We're seeing them in our town. As Pappy mentioned, Denver is another. Here, prime example, Exhibit A. Denver Democrat Mayor Mike Johnson announced on Friday that the hardworking citizens of America that reside in Denver, you're all going to be kind of sacrificing. You're going to all pay a bit of a price due to the influx of illegals. What do you mean? Mayor says we're going to reduce services to offset the cost being caused by the influx. This is a plan for shared sacrifice, says the mayor. This is what good people do in hard situations as you try to manage your way to serve all of your values. We want to continue to be a city that doesn't have women and children out in the streets in tents in 20-degree weather. This decision, as the city is already grappling with a long-standing homeless situation, is now facing the added measure of supporting over 40,000 illegals who have arrived in the past year, including 4,000 who are currently under the city's care. To address the financial strain, Denver is going to reduce hours at several Department of Motor Vehicle offices, a 25% reduction in parks and recreation spring programming. Community centers will decrease their operational days from 7 to 6. These adjustments, as Johnson describes, are designed to avoid layoffs among city employees, although hourly and seasonal workers are expected to experience reduced work hours. Denver has spent $46 million on the migrant issue, with a significant portion directed toward services like food and housing. Also, Denver 7 reported that $5 million has been spent to transport the migrants to other cities like New York and Chicago that are also facing strained budgets due to the migrant situation. But in light of these developments, Johnston emphasized that the migrant issue should not be attributed to the immigrants themselves, but to Congress and their failure to pass the otherwise fraught Senate border bill, which included more money for Ukraine and other countries than the border itself, of course. But no, of course, we all know the truth there, Mayor Johnston, that Senate bill would have done nothing to stem the flow. It would have done nothing to help your city of Denver. The influx would have just continued and actually exacerbated itself. That's the dark reality. But again, this is what was clearly pointed out last week. Where negotiating behind closed doors, even the likes of Mitch McConnell, keeping everything from the other senators because we're working on this, but it's going to be a good deal. It's going to be a good deal. And then when it's actually unveiled to see what the hell is in it, this was an absolute monstrosity that did nothing to secure the border. But now it is the number one talking point for Democrats on the campaign trail to use, pointing the finger of blame that all this is because Republicans failed to go along with the Democrats on the border. Oh, what a evil web we weave. All right, what do we got? A couple minutes for a news break. We'll get to Brain Dead checks in. I believe Gilligan jumps on board. Just enough time to mention Representative Ronnie Jackson of Texas, who this is the guy that served as the White House physician when Joe Biden was vice president. He now says, just look, the commander-in-chief's cognitive decline from where he was when he was vice president to now, I mean, it is profound. Go back and look at the video when he was vice president. Compare it to video from today. It is not the same man. The degeneration is profound. And the fact that they think this man can finish this term and then do another 4 years, it's absolutely insane. He's just kind of following up on the special counsel Robert Hur released last week about poor Joe, the elderly man with the poor memory. During the presser on Thursday, Biden, of course, pushed back on the notion that age has affected his cognition. I'm well-meaning, and I'm an elderly man, and I know what the hell I'm doing. I've been president. I put this country back on its feet. I don't need his recommendation, said Joe. But yes, it is profoundly obvious, and a majority of the people see it. With that, we'll get a news break here as we hit the midnight hour on the West Coast. Great to have you with us. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. On Monday, the judge overseeing the Georgia election subversion case involving Donald Trump and multiple co-defendants raised the possibility of disqualifying the district attorney responsible for bringing the case. This consideration stems from concerns that Fani Willis may have financially benefited from a personal relationship with her chief prosecutor on the case. A hearing is scheduled for Thursday to address motions seeking the removal of the Fulton County DA due to allegations of an improper romantic involvement with Nathan Wade. Two employees at a chemical facility close to Houston lost their lives after being shot by a 35-year-old individual whose spouse had previously worked at the same plant. The incident occurred at the thermal polymer plant located in Angelton. The perpetrator, identified as Bradley Jones, held the workers at gunpoint before carrying out the shootings. Authorities managed to apprehend him about 30 minutes away near the Texas coastline. A 7-year-old boy is fighting for his life after being shot inside Lakewood Church in Houston Sunday afternoon. It's where celebrity pastor Joel Osteen preaches. Commander Chris Hassig of Houston Police says the woman who opened fire and the boy she critically wounded came to the church together.
She gets out of her white vehicle. She opens the door, pulls out the 7-year-old child out of the back seat, as well as a bag that is with her.
The woman's gun had a Free Palestine sticker on it, and she has a long criminal history. President Biden spoke at the National Association of Counties Legislative Conference Monday in Washington, where he met with county leaders.
Look at the progress we've made together, and I mean it when I say we. I came to office, the pandemic was raging, and our economy was reeling. Counties nationwide faced devastating budget cuts, but we turned things around.
During his remarks on Monday, Biden touted the U.S. economy. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The Northeast is on high alert due to a fast-moving storm. New Jersey residents are gearing up for what could be the first significant snowstorm in a while.
We are really excited. We like to build snowmen. We like to have fun. We like to drink hot chocolates.
Not looking forward to the snow. It's a shame because it's been nice the past couple days, like the past week.
Tuesday's anticipated snowstorm has led to the closure of all public schools in New York City and Boston. Some areas in the region are bracing for up to a foot of snow. President Biden is making light of concerns about his memory following the special counsel report that raised questions about his age. Speaking at a conference in Washington Monday, Biden quipped about his longevity.
What I didn't realize, and I've been around, I know I don't look like it, but I've been around a while. I do remember that.
The remark follows the report's characterization of Biden as a well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory. The NFL is considering Las Vegas as a potential host for another Super Bowl, with Commissioner Roger Goodell expressing praise for the city on Monday.
The hospitality here, you outdid it. And I think safe to say the NFL looks forward to coming back.
The Kansas City Chiefs beat the San Francisco 49ers in overtime during the first ever Super Bowl that was held in Sin City on Sunday. New Orleans now slated to host the next Super Bowl, Super Bowl 59. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with its individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road-tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
All right, another hour underway. Welcome into a Tuesday as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. This hour, give you an update. Last week, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration's Advisory Committee on Underride Protections tasked with finding ways to reduce underride crashes. They held their latest meeting. What did they discuss? What did they come up with? And we've got the schedule, the slate for additional meetings. So got that coming up for you. First of all, Brain Dead. Well, happy Friday.
Yeah, Friday the 13th to me, Steve. Gee, I wonder how much more screwed up could it be today or like yesterday. Because let me tell you, I imagine some fireworks hit the proverbial fan by the time I got back to the warehouse yesterday. That's when I left the warehouse yesterday.
Yeah.
See, Steve, delivering to Kroger, Walmart, Target stores, etc. If you're one of their drivers, like actually for Kroger, Walmart, wherever, their drivers have dock priority. Means if Steve Summers is delivering and he's got 12 pallets and he just bumped the dock and I show up 2 seconds behind you, you got to pull out the dock because I've got to make my delivery. Well, I had this driver for one of our local little companies here that delivers our water to the store. Decided he wanted to go around me and get unloaded and block me in to where I couldn't switch out their return trailer for their other trailer of perishable products that they were needing to put out on the shelf. Because this store had two separate sets of docks. One's for like frozen foods and dairy, and the other one is for like grocery and perishable. So I want to hear what the conversation was yesterday, because I imagine, and a lot of these drivers don't understand, with these big companies, Kroger, Walmart, etc., these contracts or these small carriers are everything, and you don't do anything to jeopardize that contract, because when the receiver and the store manager says give the driver 20 minutes, yeah, that don't make you look good, Steve.
So how did it all work out?
I don't know. I'll find out. Hopefully I'll find out today when I get back. But I imagine that somebody way up the food chain probably did a little rattling of some cages. Because, like I said, this is a little. I worked for that company too for a few weeks as a temp driver, and that is not a big company. Maybe 100 trucks, if that.
Okay.
And a lot of the drivers don't understand today. You know, a true truck driver is not in a hurry. A true truck driver is patient. A true truck driver is willing to go out of the way. What we have nowadays are steering wheel holders. Oh, I gotta go. You know, screw Kroger truck trying to make it deliver to a Kroger store. I gotta go. I'm in a hurry. Screw you. You know, because a lot of the older drivers, such as myself, and you can insert anybody else in here, knows that you don't just go into a customer and push your way in. You understand that, you know, you're a small company, that big money contract is everything. And a lot of these drivers, they whine and complain and moan because they don't have freight. Well, if they don't have freight, they lost a contract somewhere because somebody down the road screwed it up. You know, that's what people are missing today.
Mm-hmm.
Because the American truck driver is dying slowly with what we got coming in. But can I go back real quick? Last night, I heard something that Q-Ball was asking about with Facebook and the ads, if I remember right.
Mm-hmm.
All right. if you go do a internet search, you can insert your favorite search browser. I think there's one that does it. They all automatically capture what you're looking for. So, say, Steve, you're looking for additives for a diesel truck engine.
Mm-hmm.
They're already recording the website you go to, what you clicked on, everything. They know your demographics. They know everything about you. They store that data. And then remember back in the old junk mail days where you'd open the mailbox up and there's like all this junk mail from, all these different companies. It's the same thing, because what they do is Facebook, Twitter, etc. They go to those search engines. Hey, Google, we're looking to help our advertisers with their demographics between 18 and males 18 to 30 that are truck drivers. What do you have for us? And they buy that data. They buy that back from them. And then they just sit there and they know everything. And Facebook knows everything about you too. Believe it or not, I went somewhere and delivered to this Facebook data farm. I think it's somewhere up in your neck of the woods, Steve, Indiana or Ohio, somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a massive place, massive. It's just like FedEx. FedEx here in town has 3 sets of offices. There's one by the airport, one out here, right here by the golf course we got here. We have the golf tournament every year. But the one out where I was at was my store earlier. They have 2 office buildings out there that are about 6 stories tall. And I used to do deliveries out there. That's all IT and marketing out there. And they said one whole floor, Steve, 20 years ago, one whole floor was nothing but servers. And they said we know more data on our customers than our customers know. It is scary.
Well, I can vouch for the fact that anytime you can search for something. It seems like you can do it even like on your phone. And then when you get on, say, the internet, it's like, hey, they know that you searched for something. It's bizarre.
Exactly. They are watching. They are watching you. They're looking at everything that you're doing. And they know they could break down every demographic that you could possibly think of. And these companies, and it's not just say Facebook or Twitter. It's FedEx. It's any company to buy this data. Their marketing departments go after. I mean, look at our marketing deal right now here at Fresh for Everybody with all the little Kroger people on it. You know, they marketing that for everybody, but they're also targeting certain demographics too. And if you're kind of scaling it back too, but they know what they're looking for too, Steve. So. Something else I had on my mind. I can't think of it now, Steve. Shoot. Oh yeah. Do you happen to know of a really good divorce attorney up that way?
I've never actually had to use one, so I'm not real familiar. Why do you ask?
Oh, one of my buddies called me. He lives up your way.
Yeah.
He said, he's going to have one of the big Super Bowl parties. He's throwing a big Super Bowl party. And he said that he was organizing it, whatnot, and his daggum wife complaining about it. And, he's fairly recently married. And he told her straight up. He said, look, I just hope you can get to know my ex-wife. She said, wait a minute, you didn't tell me you had an ex-wife. He said, no, but I will now. Bye to me, Steve.
There you go. About to have one in short order. There you go. It is 844-3388. What was it, a couple of years ago? Remember the monkeypox? Whatever happened to the monkeypox? That was going to be the big scare. Yeah, there's a new one. Ever heard of Alaska pox? Now you have. Alaska health officials confirming the state's first fatal case of Alaska pox, a recently discovered viral disease. An elderly, immunocompromised man south of Anchorage died while undergoing treatment in late January, according to the Anchorage Daily News. He's one of only 7 reported Alaska pox infections, according to the Department of Public Health. People should not necessarily be concerned, but more aware, according to the state epidemiologist. So we're hoping to make clinicians more aware of what Alaska pox virus is so they can identify the signs and symptoms. The double-stranded DNA virus, which comes from the same genus as smallpox, monkeypox, and cowpox, first identified in adult in Fairbanks, Alaska back in 2015. It is most common in small mammals like voles, shrews. This fatal case, first identified outside of Alaska's interior a couple of months, took months to diagnose, as Alaska pox cases had previously only shown mild symptoms, typically a localized rash or maybe swollen lymph nodes. Other patients who've been diagnosed did not require treatment, but they all had healthy immune systems. Officials say this guy's immunocompromised condition likely contributed to his death. How he contracted the virus is still unclear. The man lived alone in the woods, reported no recent travel. It's possible he could have got Alaska pox from a cat he lived with who frequently hunted small mammals and maybe scratched him when his symptoms started. The cat tested negative for the virus, but it could have spread from its claws, they say. Back in September, the man noticed a red bump in his right armpit and was prescribed antibiotics, but 6 weeks later, his symptoms only grew to include fatigue and pain. Ultimately, hospitalized, underwent a battery of tests, and then tested positive for cowpox in December. Additional testing by the CDC revealed it was actually Alaska pox. There you go. It's 17 past the hour. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, let's check in with Gilligan, getting this week started here. What's happening, Gilligan?
Oh, not much. Just driving up 228 in Reezy Cups.
Still playing
up here to Martinsville.
Still playing in the rain?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it ain't been too bad. I don't think it's supposed to get real bad up there around home. I think back where Joe Self lives, it's supposed to get a little deeper, but I don't think we're going to get that much. I was messaging him earlier. Hey, I tell you what, Steve, you really missed out on the best Super Bowl broadcast. I tell you what, Nickelodeon had it covered. They had SpongeBob SquarePants and Patrick from that show commentating. I watched a little bit of it and thought it was actually kind of funny. They even had jellyfish and bubbles and all kinds of stuff on the screen. Said it was live from Bikini Bottom. My daughter watched that show when she was a kid. Yeah, it's goofy, but, it's better than a lot of the stuff out
I
there,
liked SpongeBob. SpongeBob was entertaining.
Yeah, yeah. Well, by the way, Inbred Redneck, don't worry. Our lawyer is on the way. Yep, I went down, got him a box of canned goods to keep him as a retainer. I will send him in the morning down there to Hazard to get that mess straightened out. We'll get you on the air there. We are already broadcasting from atop the GMA&B Enterprises skyscraper on Channel 28. On the CB occasionally with our big 600-watt linear out of our big old Galaxy 88 radio. So we're getting the word out as best we can over here at GMA&B Enterprises. Just remember right there his campaign promise. A moonshine jug in every cupboard and a freezer full of deer meat. That's venison to you sophisticated types. Everybody out there, vote for the Inbred Redneck for president. Keep those campaign contributions coming in. Yeah, we got a lot of administrative costs to cover. Keep them campaign contributions coming in. And thank you for taking my call, Steve.
All right, Gilligan, have a good morning. It's 22 past the hour. It is 844-3388. Don't forget, you could win a Big Rig Duo Pack from Hot Shot Secret. That's two 64-ounce stick shit eliminators and two 64-ounce bottles of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme. And we're talking $200 value. All you got to do is follow the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and simply comment Hot Shot Secret. You can enter each week. Contest runs through March the 8th. Guess we'll have our first winner to announce coming up this Friday morning here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. All right, promised we'd get to the underride crashes. The truck safety groups, proponents of the side underride guard mandate intended to prevent cars from traveling underneath a tractor trailer in a crash. However, at least a few members of the committee have raised concerns about potential unintended consequences arising if underride guards are required. Jeff Bennett, who is representing the motor vehicle engineers on the committee, delivered a presentation on rear underride guards during the committee's meeting last Thursday. Now, he used the data available on rear underrides to voice concern about the potential of side underride guards actually bouncing the car back into traffic and causing a multi-vehicle crash. All the trailer rear impact guards that passed the 30% offset crash test caused the crash car, to spin out of its lane of traffic. And where I come from, there's always cars in the other lanes, he said. Doug Smith, an OOIDA board member, who's the lone representative of truck drivers on the committee, also voiced concerns about unintended consequences. Rebound accidents are an important consideration, he said, noting that concrete barriers and guardrails are intended to stop vehicles. The design is based on not kicking cars back into traffic. So that's an important consideration. Definitely not something to simply dismiss. Members of the committee who are advocating for underride guards argue that the limitations of the guards could be mitigated by other technical mandates. Lee Jackson, a crash investigator who was named the committee's chairperson at the most recent meeting, said that underride guards will have a higher success rate if automatic emergency braking systems are also mandated. Now, nobody expects for there to be a 70-mile-an-hour impact and for the occupants to walk away unscathed. That's just not realistic. But that's why I've said numerous times that we have to have good rear guard and good side guard that work in concert with automatic braking. Now, this Underride Committee meeting last Thursday was the third committee meeting. They're also scheduled to meet, looks like you got March 13, a month from today, April 24, and May 22nd. Upon conclusion of the meetings, this committee is tasked with providing the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration recommendations to reduce underride crashes and fatalities. Well, interesting here. The committee, which has been pretty much divided over whether mandating side underride guards would help that cause, they spent a lot of time at the last meeting debating what actually defines a consensus. How many of us have to agree to say we've come to a consensus? Members who are largely proponents of the mandate argued, well, a simple majority would suffice. That's a consensus. Others, largely the ones who were against a mandate, contended that a consensus should be defined as at least 75% of the committee. I'm not sure how many members are actually on this committee, but spending all this time, this is a little bit of a head-scratcher. The simple majority then voted to decide that a simple majority meets the definition of a consensus. Can't make it up. So what is a consensus? I don't know. It's simple majority. Well, how many of us have to agree what a simple majority is? That's a consensus. Very confusing, but there's our tax dollars at work, right? It is 844-844-3388, about a minute before news break, after which we'll get back to your calls here on a Tuesday. Looks like they're going to take another swing at Mayorkas, probably today, according to the report, with Representative Steve Scalise back from his cancer treatment and all their yes votes accounted for. House Republicans today will again attempt to impeach Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. Now, last week it failed by a 214 to 216 margin, with the Majority Leader Scalise absent and 3 House Republicans siding with the Democrats. Presuming all representatives are present and do not alter their vote, Speaker Johnson will attempt for the second time in 2 weeks to send a message to Mayorkas and the administration that a change is needed.
USA News Update. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says rooting out Hamas is not just a win for Israel, but also a win for the Palestinian people. This as casualties continue to mount.
The most important power that has to remain in Israel's hands is overriding security control in the area west of the Jordan. That includes Gaza. Otherwise, history has shown terrorism comes back.
Netanyahu spoke on ABC's This Week. Also says he's fine with an autonomous Palestinian state as long as that entity has no ability to have an army or make deals with other countries to get weapons. The medals for the Paris 2024 Olympics will feature a unique addition, a small fragment of iron sourced from the Eiffel Tower. This inclusion commemorates 100 years since Paris last hosted the Olympic Games. The iron pieces are taken from sections of the iconic Eiffel Tower that were removed during various renovations over the past century. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Let me see here. Yeah, it was late Sunday evening, I guess. Word came down. Lloyd Austin, Defense Secretary, was back in the hospital again. Now, the initial report said he would maintain all his duties while seeking medical care. But then apparently somewhere early Monday morning, word came out that Austin had transferred his duties to Kathleen Hicks, the Deputy Secretary of Defense, as he was in the critical care unit at Walter Reed. Now, I did then see somewhere by Monday afternoon that he had undergone some sort of a, what they call it, non-invasive medical procedure yesterday, and supposedly will be resuming his duties today, being Tuesday. Meanwhile, Washington state lawmakers considering a bill that would fine truckers hundreds of dollars for idling a semi-truck for more than 5 minutes. Senate Bill 6304, sponsored by Washington State Senator Marco Elias, would forbid any diesel-fueled commercial motor vehicle to idle for more than 5 consecutive minutes at any location. This would allow for fines ranging from $300 to $1,000 per violation per day. The bill would also restrict the use of diesel-fueled auxiliary power systems for more than 5 minutes at any location within 100 feet of a restricted area, which would include individual or multifamily housing units, schools, hotels, motels, hospitals, senior care facilities, or child care facilities. Now, the bill defines a diesel-fueled auxiliary power system as any device that is permanently dedicated to the vehicle of which it is installed and provides electrical, mechanical, or thermal energy to the primary diesel engine, truck, cab, or sleeper berth, bus passenger compartment, or any other commercial vehicle cab as an alternative to idling the primary diesel engine. Now, wasn't that the idea of a APU to begin with? You turn that big truck engine off and you're using the auxiliary power unit. Now, they say if passed, this will go into effect January 2nd of next year. Supporters say that idling trucks contribute to greenhouse gas pollution, placing an unfair burden on vulnerable communities. The legislature finds that the idling of vehicles, particularly commercial vehicles, contributes significantly to air quality concerns and greenhouse gas emissions in the state. These impacts particularly impact overburdened communities and vulnerable populations, as commercial truck routes are often located in these communities. Given the improvements in anti-idling technology and standards, it's no longer prudent to allow for the continuation of idling at current rates. It is the intent of the legislature to limit idling of commercial vehicles in Washington. So as far as the APU is concerned, I guess you just have to pay attention where you're at. Can't use it in a number of different places. There you go, latest industry headlines. Pappy chimed in briefly via email as I mentioned the HER report last week, where virtually all the discussion has been about Biden's mental competency, his forgetfulness, rather than what was clearly spelled out by her in the report of criminal activity that he willfully kept and disseminated confidential or classified information. Bottom line, Pappy says Biden either is mentally incompetent, a mentally incompetent criminal, or he's not a mentally incompetent criminal. Either way, that report was the Democrats' ace in the hole to force the big guy out. If Biden admits to his cognitive decline, that would question his ability to carry the nuclear codes. Now, if Biden claims his cognitive computer inside his head is fine, that's the route he appears to be taking, he's a criminal. I mean, pick one, Joe. Which is it? Either one, he loses. But what we've seen undoubtedly to this point is he's picking that computer in my brain is just fine. Horse feathers.
Hey, morning, Your Honor. Thanks for taking me back here.
Or shall we say extreme weather one? Extreme weather one. What are we looking at?
Yeah, extreme weather chaser one. Looking at a lot of wet, and more wet. It's a good thing. It's in the mid to low 40s here, Your Honor. Because if we were in the mid to low 30s or into the 20s, this state would be as good as Alabama or Mississippi or anywhere else at this point, because there'd be probably anywhere from a foot to 18 inches of snow on the ground by now. So we got a lot of water, a lot of standing water, especially places that the roads don't have a way for the water to run off them. Maryland's very bad about that, and you've heard me tell you other times there that a lot of Maryland roads do not have shoulders. So when you're riding on the white line, you're right over against the grass. So if there's deep water building up from the side of the road, you're driving in it. So kind of stay to the middle if you're traveling through this state. Don't ever ride to the right. Always ride to the middle of the road. So, anyways, but yeah, things are getting kind of deep here. So.
Yeah, I'm trying to zoom in. I'm trying to break down the dividing line of where you're transitioning. I mean, yeah, you got heavy rain there from Wilmington, Delaware to Baltimore to D.C. all the way back to like Harrisonburg to Romney, West Virginia. It's kind of snowing from say west of over toward Morgantown up to from Altoona to Harrisburg to State College to Allentown. That's all filled in snow coming down.
Yeah, and that's kind of where I expected it to be, and it'll stay on that track there from like Morgantown and State College and heading out towards Philly, Allentown way, and through the Poconos and on into western New Jersey that way. So get down closer to the Macy-Dixie line there. It's going to take all the way until almost daylight before you see the
transition
change from the rain to the snow.
So it's really, it kind of sounds like it's just going to be like the moisture's going to be almost moving out by then. So it's going to be the tail end of the storm where you're going to probably get a quick burst of those big, fat, heavy, wet snowflakes, and may accumulate a little bit. But
and that's what they were saying is they're going to get probably maybe 1 inch on the grassy areas down here. But good thing is they got schools delayed for at least 2 hours here. So all the northern counties of Maryland there on the Pennsylvania borders, schools are all delayed 2 hours. But it's not going to matter because now Pennsylvania's closed at this point, right? Except for, the up there in the central part of the state, it's all closed down now for commercial traffic.
Correct.
And so now, again, with the Tier 2, you read the Tier 2 and you said that, no empty or light trailers, van trailers, and then no tank or open trailers. Now, are the tank and open trailers, did it define anything about loaded trailers, or is it all of them all together, no matter if you're loaded or not loaded? Because I mean, there's a lot of milk. There's a lot of milk out here that's on these highways that needs to get up and down the roads.
Yeah.
And if it can't be run, on the interstates, those guys aren't going to stop. They're gonna go down and run on the state highways, and I don't know. You're asking for more problems putting tank trailers and that, trying to maneuver. Of course, most all of us that got to do that know what we're doing. And the milk trucks there, they all can pretty much carry chains. The milk and feed trucks, they pretty much all carry chains for getting in and out of the farmyards. So a lot of them will be running chain if they have to up there. But it just seems crazy that that you take the people with the experience and the ability to drive and ban them from the roads and the cars that get in the way and cause the problems. Well, they can stay out there causing the problems. But anyway, I don't know. There's where we're at. So I guess that's the big update so far. But we haven't, as I say, we haven't got cold enough to worry about anything else. But we do have a lot of precipitation, and so hey, when that guy said he was out there riding up and down 220 eating Reese cups, was he eating them pickle Reese peanut butter cups? Did you see them? They got them pickle ones now.
Yeah, that's a Photoshop, right? That's not real. Come on.
All right. Well, I don't know. You just never know anymore, Your Honor.
All right.
And you never know that guy out there. You never know what he might be eating out there. He did that cicada stuff and all that. So I wouldn't have been surprised he's putting pickles in Reese cups. So. Anyways, all right. Hey, with that, we'll let you get going there and see if you can do some due diligence there and let us know what else Pennsylvania is going to be closing down there. Maybe they just ought to close the whole state, just shut the whole, pull the curtains down and leave the lights out.
Yeah, shut her down. That's it. It's a winter storm, right? All right, what do you got? A new North Carolina Sheetz location that's going to offer dozens of parking spots for semi-truck drivers. The new Sheetz convenience store set to open on February 15. So this Thursday, right? Let's see. Located at, Chickenfoot Road off I-95 exit 41. I-95 exit 41, Hope Mills, North Carolina. This Sheetz store will have 41 free truck parking spaces available for overnight parking. Other trucker-friendly amenities include 7 diesel fuel lanes and diesel exhaust fluid. So Sheetz says that they're kind of expanding their diesel locations. This is going to be their 41st store offering diesel fuel lanes. So Sheetz locations, unlike Buc-ee's, who are not trucker-friendly, Sheetz location, yes, being undoubtedly friendly to the American truck driver. We'll return in 2. It's 844-844-3388. Looks like Monkey Gouger going to be back with us. Who else on the line? We'll find out here just ahead. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, did somebody mention, what do we got, Tuesday, 13th of February, so is that not, that's Fat Tuesday, right? Fat Tuesday, which leads ultimately to Ash Wednesday. What's going on Bourbon Street right about this hour? So, a little before 3 o'clock in the morning there. It's, I guess, technically, tonight, Tuesday night? Tuesday night is the big party. Until the horses come out and clear the streets about, 2 a.m. Central Time there. Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. Looks like people are pretty bundled up there on Bourbon Street, according to the Bourbon Street cam. Yeah, jackets, coats. Not a whole lot of shorts attire, if you know what I mean. A little chilly. 48 degrees in New Orleans at this hour. That's cool for. Hello, Monkey Gouger.
Hey, Steve, I wanted to jump back in there real fast. You was talking about the beef industry a while ago.
Yeah.
And, I was listening to that, and there's a lot of factors that happen in the last year and a half, dry conditions. But the thing about it is, Steve, is where that guy's at, he don't even make a dent in the cattle industry. I mean, I don't see where he's screaming and hollering because, I mean, we're out there in the heart of the cattle industry every week.
Mm-hmm.
And I ain't seen no shortage of cows in them feed yards or feed lots and cow truck running up and down the road. I mean, you know, we had a big hit last year. We had that dairy blow up. I think about 5,000 cows got killed in it. Then we had that massive kill off the heat up yonder in Kansas. And then right there in the middle of the summer, we had that rainy season there in Hereford that drowned a lot of cows. That contributed to this beef industry being down. Because, I mean, we've lost a lot of cows here in the last year to Mother Nature. And I'm not buying what this guy's saying. Not from what I'm seeing.
Okay.
I mean, you know, even running out there in the pastures around West Texas, and, you know, and everywhere you look, there's a lot of cows on pastures, and we're seeing cows on pastures we've never seen cows in the 10 years we've been running up there. But I mean, the thing about it is. A lot. They've been having a big feud about the Big Four manipulating the price of beef. You know, and I mean they sued the hell out of them, and one of the beef packers paid up. The other three are still fighting in court. But something else that people don't realize is, they're fixing to build, or they're in the process of building 5 major beef plants. One in Texas, one in there's one in Colorado, one in Texas, one going to be up around the St. Joe, Missouri area, and the other 2 I'm not for sure. I heard Idaho or Montana, someplace out there like that. But I mean, I just don't. I mean, if there was a shortage of, you know, they was worried about a shortage of beef. I don't think they'd be building 5 more beef plants. But what these beef plants are built for is these ranchers have got together and formed a co-op so the farmers can sell directly to the beef plant and cut out the middleman and all this other manipulation that's going on. So there's a war going on in the beef industry right now. That's one reason we're seeing the high prices and stuff. But, I mean, you know, the kill off of the cows due to Mother Nature, flooding and stuff, I mean, you know, I could see it being down. And we've had a pretty mild winter, and I'm looking for the you know, the birthing of the cows is what they call birthing season. I look for them to really come back strong, because they really ain't been under that much duress, you know, stuff like that. But that, you know, that's what we're seeing. But
okay.
You read something a while ago that I mean, you wonder about the stupidity of the people in Washington. Now they got all these idiots sitting up there on this panel, and I don't know if you've seen the thing on YouTube or whatever, and they're doing a crash test. And they got a tractor trailer there sitting there, and he set a dead stop. The car hits the truck at 25 miles an hour, does, you know, a little bit of damage to it. Person lives. They went up to 35 miles an hour, you know, and hit the truck again, at a dead standstill. Person lives, you know. Well, where the problem started coming in, and I mean, the back end of this truck withstood all the you know, it didn't give. The car folded up around the back end of this truck. All right, where the problem come in is when you got up to like 80 miles an hour,
right?
0% of living. I mean,
yeah.
And then you got up and they hit that thing at 200 miles an hour, and that damn car went all the way up all the way to the tires.
Sure.
But I mean, and ain't nothing gonna withstand that kind of impact. But the way to stop these cars and stuff from driving under these trucks, take these damn cell phones away. Make them have a thing on them when they're driving. They can't be playing King Kong or Donkey Kong or talking to this and that, driving up under these trucks. That's how you stop it. It's real simple. Don't put the burden on the trucking industry. Let's put it on the motoring industry. Let's make them beat the front of them cars up. Let's make them take some liability of the chaos they're causing out here. I mean, every day we see it. I mean, cutting you off, tripping over in your lane, everything else from being on the damn cell phone. So, before I get off of here, Inbred Redneck, I done seen what kind of women you hang out with down at the Southern Exposure. And when I was down there, I didn't see a woman under 230 pounds up there dancing on that floor. So I can understand why you're upset with Reba McEntire and Kelsey's girlfriend on Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
You just don't like skinny women, Hoss. That's your damn problem.
He likes...
But I guarantee you, Steve, when he said
he likes them big-legged women. We know that.
He loves them big-legged women, and, buddy, that Southern Exposure down there is full of them, buddy. You got to go to the granary and throw some corn down, and when the porkers run out, you run and get you a skinny date. That's how you do it. I done figured him out.
Hey,
Steve, thank you for taking my call.
I got a quick message for you here from one Michael Brunetti, which reads, Steve, tell that hunky-dunky, chunky, funky gouger of monkeys that he's full of da bull.
The Pillsbury Doughboy.
There he is. He must be up. He's probably up walking the dog.
Yeah, that little red-headed leprechaun.
He's up walking the dog. He tunes in every morning when he takes the doggy for a walk. All right, Gouger. Hey, have a great morning. Thanks for checking in. Good to have you with us, Mr. Brunetti. Let's get a news break. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. A 7-year-old boy is continuing to fight for his life after being shot by his mother inside Lakewood Church in Houston Sunday, a church whose congregation is led by celebrity pastor Joel Osteen. The woman was killed by off-duty police officers inside the church. Now Houston police are trying to figure out how she purchased the guns despite having documented mental illness and a criminal background. Police Chief Troy Finner.
That's the challenges that we have, and that's what law enforcement talk about all the time. We need to make sure everything is tight.
President Biden spent part of his Monday at the National Association of Counties Legislative Conference in Washington, D.C., meeting with county leaders. During his time there, he spoke about the negotiations for a bipartisan border deal, including the bill that failed to pass the Senate last week.
The MAGA Republicans, a minority, but a powerful minority, they went out and they killed the deal. My predecessor said he didn't like it. It was a loss for him. We have to end the political games, folks.
New Jersey residents are gearing up for what could be the first significant snowstorm in a while.
We are really excited. We like to build snowmen. We like to have fun. We like to drink hot chocolates.
Not looking forward to the snow. It's a shame because it's been nice the past couple days, like the past week.
The storm has led to a closure of all public schools in New York and Boston on Tuesday. Some areas in the region are bracing for up to a foot of snow. Plans are continuing in Kansas City for a Super Bowl celebration and parade. This after the Chiefs took home their second straight NFL Super Bowl victory over the San Francisco 49ers. The parade set to take place Wednesday in downtown Kansas City. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
There are new concerns about the health of Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin. This after he was admitted to Walter Reed's critical care unit for a bladder ailment. Speaking about the new health scare on Fox News, Texas Republican Congressman Michael McCall says the health concerns surrounding the defense secretary may jeopardize American security.
The world is on fire right now, and if we're not projecting strength, but rather weakness, it only invites aggression and conflict and war.
Tony Bobulinski, one of Hunter Biden's former business associates, is set to testify behind closed doors to the House Oversight Committee Tuesday as part of the House impeachment probe into President Biden. Speaking on Fox Business, Michigan Republican Congresswoman and House Oversight Committee member Lisa McClain says the meeting intends to examine if then Vice President Joe Biden was influenced by special interests.
I think with having Bobulinski come in on Tuesday and actually sit down and do a transcribed interview with him, we will find out the connection.
The Biden campaign is now on TikTok. President Biden's first post on this popular social media app showed him at home watching the Super Bowl along with the caption, LOL, hey guys. Many Republican lawmakers and some Democrats have taken aim at the app and its parent company ByteDance over its connections to the Chinese government. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Earlier this morning, someone posed the question. Who was that? Was that Horse Feathers? Said, hey, I thought TikTok was banned on any government devices. I said, yeah. And I just heard him updating the news break again. Hey, the president, Joe Biden, is now on TikTok. Hey, he's going to reach that younger audience. I pulled up the archives. On December 30 of 2022, President Joe Biden signed the No TikTok on Government Devices Act, prohibiting the use of the app on devices owned by the federal government, with some exceptions. Days after the administration called on ByteDance, which owns TikTok, to sell the platform or face a ban, law enforcement officials disclosed that an investigation into TikTok was taking place. It was March of 23. The FBI, the Justice Department, officially launched an investigation of TikTok, including allegations the company spied on American journalism or journalists. So I don't know how the hell's he on TikTok. What I'm looking at here says the legislation does allow for TikTok use in certain cases, including for national security, law enforcement, and research purposes. I don't know. Is it in the name of national security, maybe, that Joe Biden is on TikTok now? I'd do as I say, not as I do, if you know what I mean. Who we got on board here?
Oh, it's JR there. I get my headphone on before they answer the phone there.
What's going on, JR?
Hey, just out here driving there, going around Cincinnati. Hey, I was watching the Super Bowl, and CBS on our cable, it went out. It was black TV. You couldn't get it.
Really?
What the heck? Yeah, it was out, the whole thing. I went to Paramount Plus, and the internet kept going in and out. What the heck? So I had to go Nickelodeon and watch it on Nickelodeon. It was hard to watch Bob and Patrick and all them commentary. It was kind of funny, but they didn't have the commercials like was been on the regular TV.
So
it's all kids stuff.
So they actually had they were actually playing the game, but like the commentators were the characters of SpongeBob and Squidward and all that. How about that? There was two regular commentaries, but SpongeBob and Square and Patrick was sitting right next to him. Yeah.
And every time they get a touchdown or field goal, they slime the end zone. And, people are walking, all of a sudden they just slime everywhere. They didn't really get slime, but and the field goal, they had a big net up with the life device for a boat and stuff. They had a big net up there.
Right.
It's kind of funny, but I got to watch it. But yeah, our cable, some reason,
I'm sure a lot of people mad when that happened. But,
no doubt, yeah.
Hey, what's the deal with Trump getting on Kaylee's husband about it? Did you hear that? Did you talk about that?
Trump getting on who?
What's her name's husband? Kaylee, what's her name? One running against her?
Nikki Haley running against
Nikki Haley, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, did you hear where Trump talk about where's her husband at? Why he here? Where's he at?
Nah, I hadn't.
Did you hear him?
I hadn't caught that. No.
Yeah. He said that during one of the things there last week. Boy, he's overseas in Africa. She got on his case the next day about it. So I don't know, why would he bring something like that up? I mean, I don't know. It just, yeah, he kept getting on her. Where's her husband at? Why he ain't over here? What's he doing? Well, he's serving in Africa for the Army. He got ported over there. Whatever they're doing over in Africa, I don't know what they're doing. But and then they brought up yesterday that he said if once he got in, he'd go get out of that NATO and let Putin do whatever he wants. Let him go ahead and just take all the whole everything over here. If he wants to do it, let him do it. Boy, everybody started throwing a fit about that. So I don't know. He kind of, sometimes he just don't make sense what he does.
Well, he does fly off the cuff sometimes.
But yeah, I just wonder how bad that's going to hurt him. When is that South Carolina thing going? Is it this week or next week?
24th, so about 10 days away.
Yeah, I'm just wondering how bad it's going to hurt him. I mean, there's a lot of people's got people in service that, I don't know why you make fun of him for, but, and Brain Dead, I used to work for Kroger, and we had that trouble with Coke, Pepsi, beer guys. You get to the store, there they are at the dock, they wouldn't move. You just write them up, put your time down there, however long it takes them to write up, and they pay you for it. I mean, that's just part of the place over there.
Mm-hmm.
That's just part of it. And we had it all the time. Some of them would move. Some of them see you pulling in, they're in front of you pulling in. Well, they wouldn't. They'd just move out of the way and let you back in the dock. But if they're already in the dock, they're not going to get out. But it was kind of a mess. I don't miss it no more. But yeah, I just wonder if you heard about what Trump did there last weekend.
Yeah, I did. I did a quick search while we're speaking here, and I see where, I made some sort of off the cuff remark about where's her husband. I guess he was alluding to that he's trying to escape her, is what he was trying to say. What happened to her husband? Speaking to the crowd in Conway, South Carolina. Where is he? He's gone. He knew. I don't know what's he saying. Turns out that he's actually, deployed, serving our country as something you know nothing about, according to Nikki. Okay, so he's on a National Guard deployment. Let's see, a staff officer with the 218th Maneuver Enhancement Brigade with the National Guard, which said is providing support in the Horn of Africa. That's where he's at. I presume Trump didn't know where the hell he was. I don't know. Don't speak off the cuff if you don't know what you're talking about. Hello, Brother Rambler.
Well, praise God and good morning, Steve Summers. How are you doing, my old buddy, old pal, old friend of mine? And hello, rest of the listening audience listening to us on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive app, all of our affiliates, and, of course, on Facebook and Rumble. Praise God, glad you're here. Steve, I heard you talking about the weather report for New Orleans and Bourbon Street, but, sir, Mardi Gras did not start there. I'm sorry to say. Mardi Gras got started in the port city of Mobile, Alabama, and in the National Archives, that is where it's founded at, and started at by a man named Joe Kane. So, you need to give the weather report for the founding city, not Bourbon Street, New Orleans, because just because they're the bigger city, they always get the notoriety. But it was founded and started in the port city of Mobile, Alabama.
Now,
our forecast?
Do they still do like a Mardi Gras celebration there, or?
My God, yes.
Really?
And yes, they do. Yeah, huge. Yes.
I did not know that.
In the last few years, well, yes. Mobile has, in the last few years, because of that liberal mayor over there in New Orleans, Mobile has actually had more people show up for their Mardi Gras than New Orleans has, because they kept on shutting things down, and I think they either voted that gal out or something. But the city of New Orleans lost a whole lot of the money with that. But I don't take no part in it. Back years and years ago, when the old man, before Romans 6 happened to me, and the old man got put on the cross for Christ. The man that founded it is called Joe Kane, and what I used to do back when I was 19, 20, 21, all them younger years, we went down there on Joe Kane's Sunday. That's called the People's Parade, and you'd have his seven widows would always lead a parade procession to his grave, and do whatever they did to his grave and stuff, because he's the one that got it started. It actually got started over in France. It was always called the Feast of Fools, but they brought it over here, and stuff like that. But what don't make sense, what don't make sense to me, Steve, is whether you're Catholic or you're Protestant. You're going to go for 2 weeks, go to all these parades, drink yourself stupid, smoke all the devil's lettuce. You're going to go drink all the devil's Kool-Aid, get all the sin and debauchery you can conceive. Then on Ash Wednesday, you go in there with bloodshot eyes. You go in there to whether you're Episcopalian or you're Protestant or you're Catholic, whatever, and you get the ashes put on your head, and you're supposed to do 40 days of Lent. And the 40 days comes from after Jesus got baptized in the River Jordan by John the Baptist, and you had the 3-in-1 show up, the dove, the Holy Spirit as a dove, Jesus in the water, and the voice of God appearing, "This is my son in whom I am very pleased." Lent is supposed to, symbolize what Jesus went through after he got baptized, the 40 days of fasting. Because he went to the wilderness for 40 days, and after 40 days, he was tempted by Satan.
Right.
So you got the Protestants, the Catholics, the Episcopalians, and so many others. They'll go get the ashes put on their heads, and what are you going to give up? I'm going to give up chocolate. I'm going to give up 57 steak sauce, or I'm going to give up bubble gum. So you mean to tell me you did all this devil's lettuce smoking, you did all this devil's Kool-Aid? Nope, I ain't going to give up no alcohol. I ain't going to give up no cigarettes. I'm not going to put God to the challenge because I don't trust God. I'd rather have the world and all the devil's instruments, and I'm just going to give up the simple things. You know what? You're a hypocrite if that's the way you're going to think and do. Put yourself to the challenge. Put God first in your life and say, you know what? If my Lord and Savior can go in the wilderness for 40 days and give up everything, I think I can at least give up the devil's lettuce. I can at least give up the devil's Kool-Aid for 40 days and try and make something positive, including cigarettes too, dipping tobacco, chewing tobacco, whatever, coffee, whatever, Give God a chance, man. Let him work wonders instead of just being a hypocrite, sitting there saying, well, I did all this debauchery and all this sinning and everything like that. I'm just going to just give up something simple. Man, give up something. Give up your biggest crutch. Give it up for 40 days. And after the 40 days, see if you can't live without it. That's putting a challenge to your life. Praise God. Anyways, I'll quit preaching, Steve, and all that stuff. But, I heard Mookie Gallagher's call at the beginning. Boy, I tell you what, that is a shame. for anybody, whether you have a missing limb. You know, I worked with a guy whenever I was owner-operator at Martin. His name was Bobby. We always called him Peg Leg because he lost his leg in a motorcycle accident. And this poor old boy, Steve, he had to go through the same exact thing every 2 years. You know, he had to go take the test. You know, to renew his CDL. I mean, and it is. You know, it's almost like racism for real for handicapped folks. You know, if you got 6 million miles and you got documented proof of 6 million miles, man, come on. You know, you shouldn't even be having to do that. Even if this other fella that's fighting for his life to get his career. You know, Steve, it's almost like the government wants people who are disabled to suck on the teat of the government and say, "Suckle us, we'll take care of you. Don't worry about working. We're gonna pay you to be disabled and not work." Whenever you have people with disabilities who don't want any part of the government, who want to contribute to society, and they want to work, and that's so sad, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
That's the way I feel. That's just my opinion. To me, that's the way they're trying to tell people with disabilities who want to work, who want to do something in life. Yeah, just don't worry about that. Don't worry about your CDL. Go ahead and get on disability. Make your $1,300 a month or whatever, and don't worry about it. Well, you know what? They can go pee up a rope for all I care. You know. If a man or woman who is disabled and is perfectly able and capable of working and wants to work, let them work. You know, quit trying to tell them what they can and can't do. They've already got to struggle enough trying to make it in this life. You know, but that's my 2 cents and that's my opinion. It shouldn't be like that. And I pray that fella works out good and everything like that, Steve. But I want to just tell you, brother, you know, I didn't really watch the Super Bowl. You know, we were having church 5 o'clock. Every Sunday we have church at the Turban Ministries Church. That's what we were doing. Had a great service. We had a great service, Steve. We talked about death. We really got in depth, not death, in depth when it comes to dying and people, how they process death. And it was such a great message. And if you never listened to it, just go to the Turban Ministries Church, our Facebook page, and we have it recorded live. You can go back and listen to it. And, you know, listen to, if you could just stand my voice, singing some of the good old gospel songs. We sing some of the good old gospel songs for you. And really get into what the Word of God says. But, Steve, I know we're running short on time. You get other callers calling in. Shout out real quick to the Baldwin County Wild Man, Miss Millie, Dale Nolt, the rest of the Nolt family, and so many others who listen to you every night on a nightly basis. And God bless everyone out there. And remember this, God's children, love is not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, our Brother Rambler loves you, and I do. And, Steve, I'll try and call you back tomorrow. Good night, everybody.
All right. Thank you for checking in, Brother Rambler.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Week's off to a good start. Hey, you made it to the greatest day of the week. So it's Knucklebuster. Morning.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. And I want to give a big old shout out, Semper Fi shout out there to Brother Rambler, Monkey Gouger, and Steve Summers. First for Brother Rambler and Monkey Gouger for their contributions to the show they done today. And to Mr. Steve Summers for being such a gracious host.
You're more than welcome, Knucklebuster.
All right, that's how you. All right, let's talk about that underride side guard there. We're going to have cameras on every corner of the truck, Steve, not only the one up in the front window that faces out and back, but one over there on the sides and in the back and all that stuff there. And we'll have to have one up underneath on the back side of the side guard to make sure it's not doing anything illegal like playing with a cell phone, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, got to cover all your bases there. But it is a sad day in our country. Our leaders should be the best and the brightest among us, Steve. But look what we got. Look what we got running: Trump, Biden, Haley, Harris, and a list of them people that was doing all them debates up there. I wasn't impressed with any of them there. Just vote who you gonna vote for. That's all I can tell you. And the NFL is an entertainment industry. It's not a sport. See. And that's all they're there to do. They're like pro wrestling. They just there to entertain us there.
I know a lot of folks that would say a lot of folks would say them are fighting words, Knucklebuster, and even in that professional wrestling biz, they want to take you on for saying that's just entertainment.
Oh yeah, well a lot of people think there's some people in this world that think the moonshot is fake and that pro wrestling is real. I just ain't one of them, right?
There you go.
I know that you ain't ever been out there by that cattle yard out there in Amarillo, Texas, but there ain't no shortage of cows in that thing. But if you ever been by, you smell that cow poop before you get to it there, right? Well, Brother Rambler, you need to cover your ears up for this one. The last time I was down there in New Orleans for Mardi Gras, Steve, I had a woman pull up beside me in her car. She showed me that long neck beer bottle was for more than drinking out of. So, and that's all
we'll leave it at that. Okay, with that, we'll get a news break here. Hang on.
USA News Update. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says rooting out Hamas is not just a win for Israel, but also a win for the Palestinian people. This as casualties continue to mount.
The most important power that has to remain in Israel's hands is overriding security control in the area west of the Jordan. That includes Gaza. Otherwise, history has shown terrorism comes back.
Netanyahu spoke on ABC's This Week. Also says he's fine with an autonomous Palestinian state as long as that entity has no ability to have an army or make deals with other countries to get weapons. The medals for the Paris 2024 Olympics will feature a unique addition, a small fragment of iron sourced from the Eiffel Tower. This inclusion commemorates 100 years since Paris last hosted the Olympic Games. The iron pieces are taken from sections of the iconic Eiffel Tower that were removed during various renovations over the past century. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, coming up, got a couple of other industry headlines to get to. First, let me get back to Mr. Knucklebuster there. Welcome back.
Oh, all right. Well, enough on that motocross subject there. We'll just leave that gal down there in New Orleans there. So, New Orleans is kind of like Vegas. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas there, right?
Supposed to.
Unless you win the Super Bowl, and then it goes back to Kansas City there. So,
I haven't had a chance to read it yet, but there's an article in the Drive about down there in Alabama. They found a warehouse full of classic cars, boats, and even a choo-choo train in there, Steve. And it's headed all to auction there. If you got enough money, you can go down there and buy one. I don't know how much money it's going to take, but anyway, a lot of people don't understand or know, Steve, but I'm a member of this group. You know what's the largest group of Christian deists?
What is it?
The ignorant brethren. That's what Paul wrote about. He said, "I not have you to be ignorant brethren." And I'm a member of that group. I ain't saying anybody else is, but that's the one I'm a member of. So have yourself a great morning. Been a pleasure talking to you, Mr. Steve Summers. And I ain't nothing dummy about that joke anyway, so.
Thank you much. Salute to the ignorant brethren. Is that... Hi, it's 844-844-3388. Scarecrow, I believe, is back on board here. Morning, Scarecrow.
Well, Steve, I tell you, Knuckle Buster there dumped on Rambler a little bit. Well, I'm going to cast a couple harpoons myself here. He wants me to give up sailing for 40 days and 40 nights. I'll explain that a little bit. I think it's probably about Christmas time or so. My two highly educated sons, they introduced me to what they refer to as sailing. You take Sailor Jerry rum, and you put that in a glass, and then you follow that up with some Coca-Cola products, and you go sailing. Well, Saturday evening, I sailed for quite a while there, Steve. In fact, when I woke up Sunday morning, I kind of thought I might still have some sea legs going. So I've come to appreciate sailing and such. But anyway, it turns out that I am not the only one that was a little disappointed in Reba's performance there at the pregame. No, I was expecting her to really be belting out that anthem and really setting the tone, but no, Steve, I sat there too. I thought she was really lacking, and I thought, well, for some reason the sound is not proper or such, but no, inbred redneck, he nailed it there. No, he was not the only one that didn't feel it was what it could have been.
Obviously, I didn't see the game live. I have not gone back. I'm sure I could find like Reba's national anthem on YouTube or something when I get done. It was just a rather bland version, or what?
Yeah, so oftentimes I sit there, and a lot of others do too. You're waiting for the particular artist to throw their curveball at it and their little extra spin on it. Well, no, I think she kept it straightforward, but no, it just didn't seem like. Well, I don't know. She just didn't have the energy to get it out, or as he said, maybe they were turning the volume down for some reason. But yeah, you take and do a search for yourself there, and you judge for yourself. In fact, I guess I only watched about 5 minutes of the game and then called it nap time. But no, it was disappointing, truly. But either way, then the grinding question of I have not heard this brought up. Maybe you covered it last night already, but has anybody said if Budweiser got their money's worth and think they're going to get back their lost customer base with their Bud Light commercials and such? We heard that they are sinking a ton of money into promotions at the Super Bowl, and I didn't. I only saw a couple of minutes of airtime, so I didn't see any commercials or such. I'm just
I'm just curious what the viewing audience, thought about Budweiser's efforts, and if they think it will, maybe go a little ways to swinging some of their customer base back home there. And has anybody said anything about it?
I have not seen or heard a thing. Nobody's mentioned the Bud Light commercial. I haven't seen it. Good question.
The talk, weren't they supposed to, I'm sure there'd be a number of commercials, but weren't they supposed to bring the horses back in too?
Yeah, the Clydesdales supposedly were back as well. The Clydesdale commercial, I just saw a little blurb on Facebook about that. I guess there was also a dog in that commercial, and the dog belongs to Goldie Hawn and Kurt Russell or something. But I have not seen that either.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, you got some airtime left here. Maybe somebody can chime in here yet that witnessed it or such. But so either way, that was the pressing subject for the evening here. So we'll leave it at there, and wait again for the next program to come around.
Very good. Well, I did a quick search, and I see from Fox Business this past day, in regards to your question, is Bud Light seeing any sort of recovery? While the Bud Light Genie offered to grant any wish during the beer maker's Super Bowl commercial, one former Anheuser-Busch executive cautioned the high-dollar advertising attempt did not win back customers. They haven't done a good job of climbing out of this ditch. You still have sales that are down 30% week over week, and that's despite them last summer spending 3 times their planned marketing budget on Bud Light. Biggest problem is they've lost trust with their customers, and they still haven't gone out and personally asked for their customers to come back. And until they restore that trust, I don't think this brand's going to turn around and get back to growth anytime soon. The Bud Light's prime time ad for the big game Sunday shined a spotlight on the Bud Light Genie, who can make you filthy rich or create an epic night with your favorite celebrities. While Frericks argued the ad was pretty decent, it lacked any sort of tone of empathy. There's 2 things to get trust. Number 1, you have to have empathy for your customer. Know who your customer is. And still, I think a lot of consumers out there are asking for Bud Light to apologize when they called their consumers fratty and out of touch last year. Secondly, you build trust with authenticity. Bud Light was loved because it was a brand that was apolitical. It was drawn by Democrats and Republicans alike. It was that Super Bowl commercial, but they lost that authenticity. For this year's Super Bowl broadcast, advertising companies reportedly paid $7 million for 30 seconds of commercial time. It's about the same price as last year's commercials, but over 50% more than it was in 2019. Those millions only cover the airtime, and companies usually end up on the hook for much more with celebrity endorsements and high-budget vignettes for their product. Anheuser-Busch InBev was noted as one company spending big on ads to try and rekindle America's affinity for Bud Light, which faced, obviously, controversy for the endorsement of the transgender influencer Dylan Mulvaney. January data indicated Bud Light's brand is still having trouble luring back consumers. Sales were down 29.9% year over year for the week ending January 20, compared with the same period last year. That's the latest Nielsen numbers. So obviously, the game was Sunday. It's going to take a few days for the data to play out and the sales numbers to pan out as to whether has anyone actually maybe come back when those sales numbers come out in the next couple of weeks. All right, happy Truckin' Fat Tuesday. Let the Lenten season begin. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hotshot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Only going to be 40 in Fort Wayne, 38 Sterling Heights today as we do our Sterling Heights and flip back. Keep it safe out there. Truck and Phil is on board. Semper Fi this morning. Let's see, what else? Brain Dead back on board. Yes, sir. Morning.
Hey, Steve. Thanks for taking me back. Before I get to what I originally was going to call about, which was the Joel Osteen and what went on down there, that guy JR called in. I don't know when the last time he worked for Kroger or where warehouse he runs out of, but down here, they don't play. They don't mess around. If I show up, Coke's in the dock, Coke leaves. They have told that I've known several of the guys at Coke, and they said that they're told in training and orientation, if you go to a Kroger store, a Walmart, wherever, and that driver shows up, you're out that dock. It doesn't matter where you're at on that trailer. It doesn't matter if you've got one skid left or you just starting to pull one off. You out the dock. Now, a lot of them, too, will work with you. I'll work with you. If you say, hey, I've got 5 skids, that receiver will say, okay, put your 5 skids here on the dock and get out the way. We'll start checking it in because Coke, Pepsi, et cetera, they'll have 900 different products on one skid they got to check in. So, and I'll also work with them. Hey, you got 2 skids? Hey, you know what? Go ahead and pull yours off. I got 10 here. I'm fixing to kick off. I'm going to hold you up. I just, that way you can just keep on rolling and working down the line. It's scary because some of these are kind of dumbfounded by that. You know, I've done the route position job. You know, you're getting paid by the hour. You get paid to move. And, you know, I know all of that. So if I've got 10 skids, why do I want to hold you up for 2? What all you're going to do is drop it and run. It takes 5 minutes. But anyway, no, what I was going to tell you about earlier was that you remember in the news breaks, the shooting over there at the Joel Osteen Church?
Right. Correct.
Did you hear the sound? Did you hear the soundbite from the sheriff and how stupid he is? We're going to go find out where they purchased. We're going to go find out where she purchased the gun at. Okay, she's a convicted felon, has been arrested multiple times. How could she buy a firearm legally?
Yeah, right.
It's not like she walked up to a gun shop and bought it legally.
And went through the
background
background
check.
check.
I know that.
Sure.
Hell, the potent.
Yep.
Right. Steve, find this show online, and people need to watch this. It's called Drugs, Inc. Drugs Incorporated, Drugs, Inc. There's one particular episode out of Memphis called the Memphis Mafia or Memphis Mayhem or something like that. They show these gangs where they have gone undercover with these dope dealing gangs. They are so heavily armed, Steve, the military looks like they've got a pea shooter. There was a guy here, I don't know if you can find this or not, back here a couple, 3 days ago, went and stole a car out of a lady's driveway with an AK-47 on the Ring doorbell camera while the lady slept. These illegal arms are on the street. People just don't see it like the illegal aliens that Ed claims he doesn't see, and we all know they're there.
Yep.
But yeah, the gangs here are so heavily armed, it's not even funny. So, like I said, though, they're trying to find out where they found them. Good luck, because I want to see what crackhead she bought them from.
Right. Well, I mean, it's just, I guess the good news is there was a good person with a weapon inside that church, because so many people talk about not allowing weapons in places of worship and whatnot. Yeah, there were, I guess, 2 off-duty officers there, and amazingly, I guess the only person dead was the woman, the shooter. And there's more to the whole background. I guess this woman is at one point identified as a man. She used to go by Jeffrey, and I just screwed up in the head, to say the least. But the big point they're making is the Free Palestine sticker that was on the gun. Obviously, they're still looking into what her motivation was, but it could have been a whole lot worse, obviously. Let's see. Reba McEntire. For those who watched the Super Bowl, did you notice her big belt buckle. Some folks were pointing that out. What's the deal? Apparently, that is her father's world champion steer roping buckle. Clark McIntyre was a 3-time world champion steer roper and 1979 Pro Rodeo Hall of Fame inductee. 50 years ago, Reba was invited to the National Finals Rodeo in Oklahoma City to sing the national anthem. That performance actually helped kick off Reba's amazing career. And now in 2024, she sung the national anthem at the 58th Super Bowl. So that was Daddy's World National Finals Rodeo belt buckle. There you go. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, said real quick, let me get back in there. Yes, sir. What you got, Gouger?
Hey, Steve, talking about Nikki Haley. I didn't hear what Donald said down at Conway, but I know what he's alluding to. Back in 2015, or whenever she run for governor first time, a bunch of stuff come out while her husband was over in the Middle East fighting over there about her extramarital affairs. And Debbie told me, said, she makes it, I'll vote for her. I said, like, hell you will. And so, the other night, it's been about a week ago, you can Google it, Nikki Haley's extramarital affair. She was sleeping with one of them sled agents over there, and they got her coming out the motel, pictures, everything. So that might have been what Donald was alluding to. I mean, it's going to get nasty, but I mean, she's talking as much junk about him as he is her. I mean, she's saying that he's incompetent, that we need 4 more years of chaos. Well, Nikki Haley caused a bunch of people down in that low country during Hurricane Matthew to lose farms and stuff because she wouldn't sign that Emergency Declaration Act. And man, them people down over there on that east coast of South Carolina, they ain't forgot, but I mean, they ain't forgot at all. So it's gonna be interesting what happens the 24th. I think she's gonna get a butt handed to her. I think South Carolina gonna show her what they think of her. But anyway, that's kind of what I think he might have been alluding to. He shouldn't have said what he said because her husband is fighting for this country. I mean, he's been to the Middle East, now he's in Africa and everything. But I think that might have been what he's alluding to. But it's all over Facebook about her, YouTube and stuff.
Gotcha.
So
So
anyway,
I know
we go jump out of here and let you go drink a Skull Buster.
All right. I know she says she's sticking around not only through South Carolina, which is the 24th. She's hell-bent, determined she's going to stick around till Super Tuesday. And just, it seems more and more, I mean, nothing appears to be falling her direction. Her polling numbers are not getting better. Latest public opinion poll here, which was this one, from January 25th to January 31st. 1,000 likely voters. Very relevant results. Donald Trump beating Joe Biden 47% to 43%. The nomination battle for President Trump is over, although Nikki Haley remains someplace between denial and anger. President Trump leads Haley among national Republican primary voters 81% to 19%. Also, for the Democrats, it doesn't get any better if Biden steps aside as Trump beats Kamala Harris 50% to 42%. I mean, Kamala loses even worse than Joe Biden does. Now, they say the majority see right through these cover-up. The Biden cover-up is the family's malfeasance, political persecutions. 69% of voters say that politics has indeed played a role in the indictments against Trump. 57% of all voters say President Biden played a role in the indictments against Trump. 51 to 34% voters think these investigations and indictments by the Biden Justice Department are being done simply to stop Donald Trump from running for president again. Of course, we all see that. 54% to 34% of all voters agree there is a double standard and bias at Biden's Justice Department, the FBI, and the IRS, where they continue to target Republicans like Trump. But those same groups go easy and give sweetheart deals to Joe and his family. 56% to 36% of all voters agree Joe Biden's Justice Department should stop targeting Donald Trump and interfering with the upcoming presidential election. Biden should let the voters decide who the next president should be. If we really want to defeat Biden in November, we should focus less on Biden being an old fool and more about Biden being a malleable old fool. And there we'll close things out on a Tuesday. Covered a lot this morning. Thanks so much for spending time with us. Have a great day. Safe travels out there, especially those in the Northeast. A little snowy this Tuesday morning. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. as ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but